the first pedal stroke to the final sprint. Fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Hah? Buat apa tu?
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
people. Always makes Mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Hah? Buat apa tu?
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
PETRONAS, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
people. Always makes Mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my Papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Hah? Buat apa tu?
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
PETRONAS, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. Top 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
and gentlemen, welcome to stage 4 of Petronas Le Tour de Langkawi 2025, stage between beautiful Kuala Terengganu and Kiloman, over 141.5 kilometers, starting with a neutral section of 7K.
Boleh standby semua, boleh standby. Malucelli in front. Emmanuel Pellegrino second. It is Matteo Malucelli getting the big W today in Kemaman. Quite a convincing.
Bandar Temerloh, hari yang ditunggu-tunggu, cuaca sangat baik untuk perlumbaan peringkat yang kelima. Perlumbaan jelajah basikal PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi 2025 dengan 28 darjah Celsius. Cukup cantik cuaca ini untuk para pelumba meneruskan hari ini aksi pendakian menuju ke puncak Bukit Fraser di Pahang Darul Makmur. Dan terima kasih kepada anda semua yang terus bersama dengan kami secara langsung untuk menonton perlumbaan jelajah PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi 2025. Okey, hari ini 2 Oktober 2025 adalah merupakan hari yang ditunggu-tunggu oleh pakar-pakar pecutan yang telah pun saya kira sedikit kepenglihatan bermula daripada peringkat yang pertama sehingga peringkat yang keempat yang berlangsung semalam dari Kuala Terengganu ke Kemaman, dan hari ini adalah giliran kepada pakar-pakar pendakian tetapi tidak kepada seorang pelumba ini. Dan kejap lagi kita akan bincangkan kerana dia adalah overall rider. Dia boleh mendaki bukit, dia boleh memecut di zon pecutan dan dia boleh melakukan lead out untuk pelumba-pelumba dalam pasukannya. Okey. Seperti biasa, saya ditemani, tapi sebelum itu, jangan lupa kepada anda semua untuk meletakkan hashtag Beat the Heat setiap posting di media sosial, tak kira di mana sekali. Dan PETRONAS LTdL 2025 ini dibawakan kepada anda oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan KBS dan juga Majlis Sukan Negara MSN. Penaja utama, sahabatilah PETRONAS. Okey, baik. Bersama dengan saya, Arik Usaini Osman. Dek, hari ini hari yang kelima, dah lebih daripada separuh perjalanan kita, dan begitu juga dengan rider-rider dan semua yang terlibat setakat ini. Setakat 4 peringkat perlumbaan ni, macam mana Adik melihat aksi di atas jalan raya?
Baik, Akbar, kali ni, edisi kali ni saya boleh katakan perlombaan PETRONAS Letua Langkawi ini merupakan edisi perlombaan yang orang cakap menjadi kelainan daripada edisi-edisi yang lepas. Antaranya, kita lihat tahun ni 8 peringkat. Hampir 90% adalah peringkat flat road. Maknanya habis dalam keadaan bound spring. Kemungkinan hari ini saja. Mungkin habis dalam keadaan berpecah kerana ada pendakian. Tapi menarik untuk dikatakan sebab sepanjang saya ikuti LTdL ni, tahun ni yang paling orang cakap Chan dia nak menang JC keseluruhan tu memang mudah untuk pelumba tempatan.
Itulah yang kita harapkan sebenarnya. Okey, baik, mukadimah daripada Adik Usaini Osman. Kita nak recap semula kedudukan para pelumba selepas tamat 4 peringkat perlumbaan dengan pelumba daripada Itali iaitu Matteo Malucelli setakat ini berada di tangga yang teratas dengan keseluruhan mencatat 13 jam 15 minit 45 saat, meninggalkan 22 saat di belakangnya Ellen Blikra, pelumba daripada X Mobility, dan kemudian rakan sepasukannya dari pasukan Astana Iron Gate ketinggalan 26 saat di belakang Malucelli, dan ini pula kedudukan untuk pelumba terpantas ataupun Raja Pecut. Malucelli 57 mata di kedudukan tempat jauh, dia meninggalkan Blikra di tangga yang kedua. Dan kemudiannya untuk Bubble Zotu Polkadot JC Raja Bukit terus menjadi milik Patrick Eddy, pelumba yang semalam tidak ada dalam zon pendakian di belakangnya Jambal Jalan Saint Vaya. Jadi hari ini kedua-dua pelumba ini akan menunjukkan diri mereka. Sama itu bagi kategori pelumba terbaik Asia, dan jersey putih rakan muda Vadim Promski daripada pasukan TSG diikuti Cahaya Sombat di tangga yang kedua. Okey, itu kedudukan para pelumba selepas tamat 4 peringkat perlumbaan dengan Matteo Malucelli terus berada di kedudukan tangga yang teratas. Mungkin hari ini akan berlaku perubahan. Okey, baik, sebelum kita membicarakan tentang potensi pelumba-pelumba yang akan menyerlah hari ini di peringkat yang kelima daripada Temerloh untuk anda saksikan. Jom sama-sama kita tonton.
Pelumba Terengganu Cycling Team TSG Muhammad Nur Aiman Rosli hampir cipta kejutan memenangi peringkat keempat perlumbaan Li Tour di Langkawi 2025. Aksi cemerlang pelumba negara itu menyaksikan beliau dipilih sebagai pelumba paling menyerlah untuk peringkat keempat dari Kuala Terengganu ke Kemaman. Pada perlumbaan sejauh 141.5 km itu, Nur Aiman hampir menghadirkan kejutan besar apabila mendahului perlumbaan sehingga 3 km terakhir sebelum kembali ditangkap kelompok besar. Aiman berkata strategi itu sebenarnya sudah dirancang sejak awal lagi untuk melepaskannya dalam kelompok breakaway.
So memang plan Aiman lepas je kau tu Aiman nak full gas sebab Aiman tahu dah orang tu dah tenaga dia dah habis. So memang Aiman plan untuk full gas. So alhamdulillah tak tercapai lagi hajat Aiman nak menang. So Aiman rasa Aiman akan cuba next day. So memang plan Aiman untuk full gas je last 10 kilo
Walaupun gagal memenangi peringkat keempat, Aiman yang menamatkan perlumbaan di tempat ke-110 daripada 118 pelumba dinobatkan sebagai pelumba paling menyerlah hasil aksi penuh berani pelumba berusia 26 tahun itu. Ia juga menebus kekecewaannya selepas kehilangan jersey pelumba terbaik Asia pada Selasa.
Aiman dapat intermediate 2 kali nombor 1, lepas tu dapat call, lepas tu Aiman dapat competitive rider. So Aiman rasa hari ni job Aiman done. Sebab semalam Aiman dah kehilangan jersey Asia, so hari ni tugas Aiman. So Aiman dapat benda tu, so dah job Aiman selesai untuk hari ni.
Dengan aksi cemerlang yang ditunjukkan pada peringkat keempat, Aiman kini meletakkan sasaran untuk mengulangi strateginya di peringkat ketujuh dari Melaka ke Medini, satu laluan yang digemarinya.
So Aiman target stay Melaka Medini insyaAllah. Sebab dia dah jauh Aiman suka stay. So harap Aiman terlepas breakaway, so Aiman dapat melakukan sesuatu tactical.
Terdahulu Aiman berjaya menyarung jersey putih selaku pelumba terbaik Asia pada peringkat pertama dan kedua sebelum dirampas rakan sepasukan Vadim Pronsky pada peringkat ketiga.
Baik, terima kasih kepada rakan-rakan daripada pasukan media Maju Sukan Negara MSN yang menyediakan laporan setiap hari untuk tatapan kita semua. Baik, terus saja kita nak bincangkan mengenai peringkat yang kelima hari ini di mana mereka akan bermula di Bandar Temerloh dan akan berakhir di puncak Fraser. Okey. Adik Usaini, inilah dia laluan yang bakal menanti pelumba dengan ada zon pecutan dan juga di hujungnya adalah zon pendakian kategori 4.
Baik, peringkat kelima hari ini kita bermula di Temerloh sejauh 123.1 km. Di sini kita boleh lihat pecutan pertama dimantangkan di kilometer 15.3. Lepas itu Bukit Damar di sprint yang kedua dan kita akan terus pergi ke Mempaga sprint yang ketiga. Dan selepas itu kita akan lihat ada kategori 3 di Raub untuk zon pendakian dan ketika inilah kita akan lihat nanti kesemua pelumba-pelumba GC ataupun pendaki yang datang untuk perlombaan pada hari ini akan menunjuk siapakah pendaki yang terbaik dan juga kat sinilah kita akan lihat nanti kemungkinan besar jersey utama, 4 jersey utama ni antaranya tajaan Petronas, tajaan KBS akan berubah serta Babuk O2 dan juga rakan muda Akbar. Jadi kemungkinan besar hari ini saya percaya kemungkinan besar akan bertukar tangan kepada pelumba-pelumba lain.
Okey, baik. Saya setuju apabila kita mengatakan bila ada pendakian yang kategori 1 ni bermakna akan jadi turning point kepada pendahulu. Contoh tahun lalu Max Pool apabila 2 tahun lepas apabila dia berjaya menawan puncak, dia muncul sebagai pemenang keseluruhan. Jadi ketika ini Malucelli pendahulu, tetapi yang sering disebut namanya adalah Erengate yang akan mengubah hari ini kedudukan pelumba-pelumba.
Betul, Akbar. Sudah pasti daripada pasukan SDS Asana World Tour Team yang akan memastikan Erengate terus merampas jersey daripada rakan pasukannya iaitu Matteo Malucelli. Tapi harus diingat juga Akbar, perlombaan kali ini kita juga harus memberi perhatian kepada pelumba-pelumba daripada Sepanyol Antaranya Mario Aparicio dan juga Ivan Cabo. Dan sudah pasti pelumba pada Spain ini mereka akan memberi saingan yang ya betul, memberi saingan yang sengit kepada Aaron Gate, kerana perlombaan hari ini memang begitu orang cakap, apabila pelumba melalui laluan menuju ke Fraser Hill, sudah pasti narrow road ketika
dari
pendakian kurang lebih 50 km pendakian yang harus ditempuh oleh pelumba pada hari ini.
Memang penatlah. Okey, baik. Kita nak terbang semula ke Bandar Temerloh untuk bersama dengan rakan tugas kita Lily Hamzah yang akan membawakan perkembangan terkini, perkembangan terbaru sebelum bermulanya perlumbaan peringkat yang kelima.
Baik, peringkat kelima saingan Petronas LTdL Langkawi 2025 bermula dari Temerloh menuju ke destinasi Fraser Hill. Sepanjang laluan terdapat 3 zon pecutan yang bakal membuka peluang buat pelumba mengutip mata, diikuti dengan 2 zon pendakian utama. Dan sudah tentu semua tumpuan akan terarah kepada pendakian menuju ke Fraser Hill. Laluan berliku dengan keseruan mencabar yang bakal menentukan pelumba mana yang benar-benar kental. Dan kali ini kita berikan tumpuan kepada barisan pelumba Pro Cycling Team MPC yang terdiri daripada bakat muda penuh tenaga seperti Nor Syawal Mazlin, Zul Fikri dan Syazrin Awang. Mereka bukan sahaja berpengalaman dalam perlombaan jalan raya, malah punya asas kukuh dalam disiplin mountain bike. Jadi sesuatu yang boleh dikatakan akan menjadi kelebihan di zon pendakian. Pelumba tempatan lain yang kini bersama pasukan Australia, St. George iaitu St. Renbau, ada juga berkongsi strategi untuk berjimat tenaga sehingga ke zon-zon penting seperti peringkat kelima ini untuk menghadapi selekoh tajam, kecuraman dan keadaan cuaca di kemuncak nanti. Dan tentunya mainan psikologi juga main peranan untuk peringkat ini di mana pelumba perlu bijak menghadapi kecuraman konsisten sekitar 5 hingga 7%. Dan ada juga beberapa bahagian yang lebih mencanak sekaligus memaksa pelumba kekalkan rentak kayuhan tanpa banyak ruang untuk berehat. Dengan itu, jangan lupa untuk teruskan bersama dengan kami di saluran Astro Arena dan juga saluran YouTube Majlis Sukan Negara dan juga Petronas LTdL 2025 untuk mendapatkan perkembangan terkini mengenai pelumba-pelumba kegemaran anda dan tunjukkan sokongan anda dengan hashtag #BeatTheHeat.
Okey, baik. Terima kasih Lily Hamzah di Bandar Temerloh. Suasana agak tenang di sana tetapi sudah pastilah hari ini adalah merupakan hari yang baik. Cuaca menarik untuk kita saksikan nanti perlumbaan yang melibatkan pendakian yang panjang menuju ke puncak Fraser Hill. Okey, baik. Kami nak beras seketika dan selepas ini kalau ada masa lagi kita nak bincangkan potensi pelumba-pelumba yang akan menyelah bermula daripada Temerloh sampai ke puncak Bukit Fraser. Jumpa selepas ini.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated race. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Tebus macam-macam dan tebus minyak di Petronas. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Terima kasih terus bersama dengan kami di siaran secara langsung yang dibawakan kepada anda melalui Astro Arena 1 dan juga 2 dan juga di YouTube dan juga Facebook LTdL dan juga MSN Majlis Sukan Negara Petronas LTdL Langkawi 2025. Aaron Gate, pelumba daripada Astana ini adalah antara pencabar untuk juara keseluruhan. Apabila kali ini ataupun hari ini dijangka akan menyelah menuju ke puncak Fraser Hill. Okey, ini dia the troublemaker. Troublemaker untuk siapa sebenarnya? Troublemaker untuk kesemua pasukan ataupun untuk Matteo Malucelli. Okey, baik. Adik Usaini. Gate. Kita nak tahu dia ni siapa sebenarnya? Dia ni bukan pakar pendakian, bukan dia okey. Dia overall ke atau macam mana Gate? Dia pecut kadang hari tu buktinya kan dia sapu bersih 3 zon pecutan. Untuk Fraser Hill, nama dia tiba-tiba diangkat sebagai antara pelumba yang akan sampai terlebih dahulu. Siapa sebenarnya ni kekuatan Gate ni?
Okey, baik. Gate merupakan pelumba daripada New Zealand. Dia merupakan kawan saya juga ketika dahulu.
Kawan.
Ketika
sahabat baik.
Kita base di Melbourne, Australia. Ketika itu saling berlomba.
Lah ni. Okey, silakan.
Gate juga merupakan medalist Olimpik untuk acara track endurance, dan dia juga merupakan world champion untuk acara track endurance.
World champion?
Ya, betul.
Okay.
Dan nama Gate ni memang tak asing lagi lah, Akbar. Dia merupakan memang very special talent kerana Gate mempunyai kelebihan di road dan juga mempunyai kelebihan di track untuk velodrome. Jadi sudah pasti kalau kita lihat Gate yang sebelum ini, yang seperti yang kita bincangkan daripada hari kedua lagi, Akbar, dia mempunyai potensi untuk memenangi jersey keseluruhan tajaan Petronas, jersey hijau untuk pasukan Astana. Dan sudah pasti apa yang kita lihat daripada peringkat yang ketiga di Gerik yang 2 hari lepas, dia memang very motivate dan juga dia mengikut apa yang Mark Renshaw, direktur sportif beliau, suruh. Jadi sudah pasti hari ini kemungkinan besar Gate akan cuba untuk membuat tabel mereka bukan untuk teammate beliau, tetapi untuk pasukan-pasukan yang lain.
Okey. Baik, sebelum berkayuh kita nak dengar dahulu apa kata Gate mengenai peluangnya hari ini dan apakah cita-cita beliau hari ini untuk peringkat yang kelima. Jom kita dengarkan Gate.
How much more relaxed is it for you to tackle the Queen stage with already 3 stage wins in the bag?
Well, I guess it's a bit of both. We have, 3 stages already, but also means more pressure to keep the success going in the team too. I mean, we've started super well here. I don't think we would have anticipated to take 3 from 4 stage wins. No disrespect for Malu. We knew he was flying, but he's going even better than we thought. And now it's the climbers. Well, not that I'm really a climber, but it's up to us GC riders to keep it going today.
How much more motivating is it for you to tackle the Queen stage with some advance on GC? You are the first of the GC riders already.
Yeah, it does help. It's extra pressure. You don't want to be the guy that takes some bonus seconds and loses 3 minutes. So touch wood that I can deliver today. But it's really going to be on the limit for me this climb, and I just have to give it my everything. And it's good. Also, we have Nico Vinokurov here, who's absolutely flying up the climbs in the Vuelta. So we sort of have a 2-pronged attack today too. Also,
do you foresee a sprint of a reduced group?
Yeah, I think that would be my pick, of just how reduced the group is as to how it goes. It's also a little bit technical, this finish, in the sense that it's a lot of small corners, a lot of trees. Like if somebody goes early, they'll be out of sight quite easily. So it's a challenge to think about today, and we just have to see a little bit. Our 2 workhorses are pretty tired now. They've been riding the front for the whole race so far. So it's going to be reduced numbers for us in the final. So we have to try and leverage off the other teams also today.
All the best.
Okey, kelibat Gate sudah pasti akan menjadi tumpuan hari ini untuk kita melihat apakah dia mampu untuk melintasi garis penamat di Fraser Hill selaku pelumba yang pertama, kerana dia akan dicabar oleh pelumba-pelumba pakar pendakian yang akan cuba untuk memberikan saingan kepada Gate. Siapa lagi kalau bukan ini dia, Patrick Eddy daripada pasukan Picnic Post NL. Slick Patrick, not ready to lose the dot. Adakah itu sebenarnya yang mampu dilakukan oleh beliau? Saya kira adik bukan tugas mudah sebenarnya untuk Gate ni, sebab Patrick Eddy ni hari ini juga akan menunjuk, sebab dia pakar pendakian. Jadi tak mudah dia nak menyerah pada Gate.
Baik, mungkin saya boleh ringkaskan. Kemungkinan besar hari ini Eddie Patrick cuba untuk mengekalkan jersey tajaan babor tu oleh beliau, tetapi harus diingat sudah pasti pendaki-pendaki lain antaranya juara bertahan Mario Aprecio yang sebelum ini memenangi Jesse Com sudah pasti akan memberi ketangan hebat kepada Eddie Patrick. Jadi ya, menarik untuk kita ulas nanti ketika perlombaan untuk peringkat yang kelima nanti, Akbar.
Okey, baik. Seorang lagi pelumba ataupun pencabar untuk pendakian di Fraser hari ini adalah Jamal Jamsain Baya. Okey. Dia ni pun boleh tahan juga ni. Kalau kita nak tengok pelumba daripada Mongolia ni, dia juga ada kekuatan. Dia pun dah biasa dah berkayuh kat sini. Jadi mungkin dia juga Fraser beware, Sain Baya here. Itu amaran tu. Dia pelumba Burgos ini.
Baik, Jamal Sambaya hari ini macam biasa untuk jersey polkadot dia akan sign, dia bayar.
Pandai Pak. Dia sign, dia bayar.
Okey, baik. Jamal Sambaya hari ini sudah pasti juara jersey Asia pada 2022. Hari ini mempunyai misi berbeza dan sudah pasti saya rasa kemungkinan besar sebelum ni dia pernah memenangi jersey Asia pada 2022. Kali ini sudah pasti dia akan aim untuk memenangi jersey polkadot. Jadi menarik juga untuk kita ulaskan oleh pelumba daripada Mongolia ini kerana dia juga ini merupakan tahun yang kedua beliau bersama tim Pro Tour iaitu tim Burgos. Jadi persiapan yang dia buat untuk perlombaan LTdL ini memang tak boleh nak dikatakan tidak begitu baik, tapi sudah pasti dia akan memberi saingan untuk kepada pelumba-pelumba Eropah yang lain.
Okey. Dia sign, dia bayar tak?
Dia sign, dia bayar.
Dia bayar. Okey, baik. Jadi kita nak dengar apa kata Jamal Jamsain Baya mengenai pertarungan hari ini menuju ke Bukit Fraser.
You can be the king of the mountain, best Asian. What do you want?
Yeah, so in here we prefer the GC, which is more points on here. Yeah. So the other hand, I have the KO points and the Asian classification too. So yeah, we'll see. I will ride my best to get the best results as I can.
Talking about the GC, this year you ride for a big European team, Burgos from Spain. What about your teammates? What are their ambitions? GM Diaz, Aparicio, they look very good for GC.
Yeah, so basically we're here mostly the GC riders. We don't have any sprinters here as much favorite. So yeah, we will try for the GC as what we gain as possible. So maybe 2-3 riders gonna ride for the GC in here. Yeah, also include me.
You are only 1 point away from being the king of the mountain. Do you think the category 3 climb before the final climb will be important for that?
So I think the category 3 is unnecessary here. So yeah, we will see on the end of the stage there will be also first category climb, which is more points. Yeah, we're gonna focus on the stages more than K1.
You have spent a lot of time before in Malaysia. Do you know Fraser Hill, or what do you know about Fraser Hill?
Yeah, I spent almost 3 years with the Terengganu. I only raced one time in Fraser Hill with the national race. The climb, if compared with the Gentian Highland, that's not that high, steep, and then the Fraser is more speeding climb, less degrees. Yeah, it's just power climb, you know. It's like 4-5% is enough high speed to sit behind the riders. It's just all about positioning and just steepest part, just 3K, 2.5K, right? That's will be more explosive climb for not really favorite climbers, I think.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you.
Okey, itu Jamal Jamsain Baya yang bersedia untuk menawan Bukit Fraser. Baik, satu-satu pelumba tempatan yang nak kita bincangkan hari ini, Iqmal Zarawi ataupun Dek Bang, yang dilahirkan di Felda Bukit Tajau, Maran, Pahang, Darul Makmur. Anak jati Pahang. Untuk pasukan Malaysia, debutnya di LTdL.
Baik, Akbar, Dek Bang merupakan anak buah saya sendiri.
Oh.
Dia merupakan bersama pasukan akademi saya, iaitu tim Aqua2 Cyclomotion, dan ini merupakan first debut untuk Ikmal, kerana harus diingat Ikmal merupakan setakat ini bagi saya pendaki yang terbaik. Dia juga masih muda, Akbar, dan apa yang menarik juga hari ini, bermula di kampung beliau. Beliau adalah merupakan anak Pahang, anak jati Pahang. Dan apa yang saya boleh katakan tentang Ikmal ini, walaupun kita tahu dia first debut, tapi banyak harus diberi, orang cakap, Ikmal ni banyak lagi yang perlu belajar daripada segi perlombaan. Dia harus banyak lagi berlomba di luar, dan saya pasti
banyak pendarahan.
Betul.
Masih muda
Ya, betul. Saya pasti
daripada 2004.
In the next 5 year nanti dia akan berada di podium setanding Haris Saleh dan juga Aiman Rosli.
Baik, itulah kita harapkan untuk Dek Bang, anak jati Maran Pahang ini, untuk dia terus mendaki puncak kejuaraan dalam masa-masa yang akan datang. Okey, baik, sudahkah anda bersedia untuk melihat siapakah yang berjaya untuk menawan puncak Bukit Fraser? Jadi sama-sama kita saksikan kepada anda secara langsung. Kami bawakan PETRONAS LTdL 2025, peringkat yang kelima, Temerloh ke Bukit Fraser. Selamat menonton bersama dengan Izzuan Makno.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi, Zousan. Konnichiwa, Sawadee-ka.
Ya, selamat datang. Ohayo gozaimasu.
Ohayo gozaimasu. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno, exactly. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to stage 5 of the 29th edition in year 2025 of PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi, brought to you by the Ministry of Youth and Sports and also the National Sports Council of Malaysia. Yesterday, they had a flatter stage in the state of Terengganu, from Kuala Terengganu to Kemaman, which was won by none other than Malucelli. A hat-trick for Malucelli so far. Three stage wins.
Three stage win already.
Yeah.
And so far in the Tour de Langkawi, he has, I think from last year's and plus this year, so far 5.
Oh yes, for sure.
And but he's chasing his compatriot, Andre Gandini, who's a record 24 stage victory at the Tour de Langkawi. So he's still a bit off, but today he's going to take a rest day. He said earlier in the interview, it's for his teammate Aaron Gate and Nicholas Vinokurov to do their job. And he's happy to be able to wear the orange jersey tomorrow.
Oh yes, for sure, Danny. So yeah, a slightly different jersey color. For there'll be some changes in jersey for sure after today's stage. And today they will be racing from the town of Temerloh, and a mountaintop finish today up to Fraser's Hill via Raup and Tranum. They will have one category climb, two King of the Mountain points, and 3 intermediate sprints just before the King of the Mountain classification. And here we go. There's the flag off from the city or town of Temerloh in the state of Pahang. Yesterday they were in Terengganu. Today they're in the state of Pahang, Denny.
Yeah, yesterday we saw a great display by the Terengganu cycling team rider Aiman Rosli, who was in a breakaway of three riders with containing Bogos, and as well as Chengdu DYC cycling team. So 3 riders did their maximum effort trying to stay away from the peloton, almost from the very beginning. They were in the breakaway for over 100 kilometers, and Aiman Rosli was the last man standing, and just got caught just 4 kilometers from the finish, and before the sprinter team swallow up the lone attacker, and resulted in a bunch sprint, which worked perfectly out for the race leader, Maruchalli.
Yeah. I was chatting to Aiman Rosli earlier this morning, so talking about the stage a little bit, how the ending, he was a little bit frustrated, for sure. It was so close, 6 kilometers, by any means not far when you talk about these pro riders at the speed they're riding. But then again, you know, you were talking about how fast the main Peloton, the sprinters team, was pulling the group, and he said, you know, he got back to the Peloton and he basically got left by the Peloton. He couldn't drop. Well, it just shows the speed that the Peloton was going and chasing him down and setting up their sprinters for the sprint finish.
Yeah, and yesterday didn't help the breakaway because it was we were expecting probably a crosswind, but it actually turned out to be a headwind.
Yes.
So the average speed yesterday was considered very slow, 42k an hour.
Yeah, considering it's a flat stage, whereas the Titiwangsu stage was faster.
It was 45k an hour. So because it was a strong headwind, so that definitely didn't help the breakaway. However, today is a completely different day. The roads are turning up and going all the way up to Fraser Hill and into the last, I think there was going to be about 25k.
Yeah.
There will be point tilting upward, and but before that, they will pass three intermediate sprint at a kilometer 15, second intermediate sprint at a kilometer 34.7, and the third intermediate sprint at 54.8. Before the road start to undulating a bit, and there's a first category 3 climb at Rob, and before the last feeding zone, and at a kilometer 96, and then finally the last 25k, the riders will start to going uphill. Now it is a category 1 climb. Not as steep as Genting Highland, however, you know, by no means is easy climb because it's still relatively long, and also the teams are really fighting off for the GC. They're going to have to make the pace extremely hard in order to shed as many contenders as possible, to try to drop every single fast guy and just leave to their sprinter. So who do you think is going to be the favor of today's stage?
Oh yeah, so obviously all the favorites have been hiding so far. We have obviously Helen Johannesson from Uno X Mobility. He was also he was top 10 in one of the stage in Tour de France this year, so he's definitely in good form. Ahead of the likes of Lenny Martinez, he was in the breakaway. Obviously, you know, he got I guess 10, 20, 30 seconds ahead of the favorites. For example, like Jonas Vingegaard, Tadej Pogacar. So he's definitely one of the favorites. Aaron Gate for sure from XDS Astana. He's already third in GC. He wants to keep it there. But before we move on, here's a roadmap for today's stage 5. Temerloh to Fraser Hill, 15.3 kilometer from the start is the first intermediate sprint. Another 15k from that is the second intermediate sprint in Bukit Damar. A little bit further is the third intermediate sprint in Mempaga, 54.8 kilometers in, and then basically they start climbing into Raub at 83.6 kilometer. Category 3 climb before they head up to the infamous Fraser's Hill, finishing it off up there where it is also the second King of the Mountain points for those that are fighting for the King of the Mountain classification. Here is the profile for today's course. It's pretty much flat for the first 70-80 kilometers before the road pretty much tilts up for a mountaintop summit finish at Fraser's Hill. And here we are. We have a total of about 7.6 kilometers of neutral zones. While we are going through the neutral zones, let's talk a little bit about the town of Temerloh, Denny. Yeah. So Temerloh is very known for its. They've been. I mean, it's obviously it's an honor for them. It's to be organizing or hosting Chur Langkawi, a very prestigious international cycling event, UCI 2.0, where they are easily more than 50-60 countries are watching, and they are very, very much honored to be here hosting the stage 5 at Chur Langkawi. And the city of Temerloh is unlike the big cities, the likes of Kuala Lumpur or other big cities in the world, where they are primarily focusing their tourism in terms of their river and also their jungles, I guess, a river and nature. That's their main point of tourism, and they are well known ikan patin. I think if you're trying to put it in English, it's like they're silver catfish.
Right, silver
Yeah.
catfish.
Silver catfish, and they're commonly cooked with like a turmeric-based gravy, and normally it's quite spicy.
Okay.
And you can taste the sweetness of the fish.
okay.
Yeah, it's the sweetness. I know you're a big fan of fish.
Yep.
Yeah. So they're normally quite spicy. These dish, you can always ask them not to be spicy. So that's
Right.
and then you eat it with like a hot plate of rice.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you tried one of these, Danny?
I have not. I'm a fan of catfish. I do like catfish, but I've not tried the silver catfish.
Yeah.
I obviously need to make my way to Temerloh to try their famous dish.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, we're also going to pass another town which is famous for another Malaysian route.
Yeah,
that's famous for the king of fruit.
That's right.
The durian.
Durian.
Okay.
I agree. So are you a fan of durian?
I can eat a couple.
Okay.
I can eat a couple. I wouldn't say I eat it for dinner or lunch like many Malaysians do. But that's something that for people outside Southeast Asia who are not familiar with the king of fruit, the durian.
Yeah.
That is a fruit. Well, it has a extreme pungent smell, and almost you would think it's almost a rotten, something is rotten, but then the idea of actually eating that, but when actually you start eating, it's actually very sweet, very creamy.
Yes.
So for those who are not accustomed to the smell, the first instinct is this is not something that you should eat.
Yeah.
You may die from eating it, but actually you end up once you get accustomed to the taste, it's actually delicious. And I know our Jeff Purnett, who is involved in doing all the interview of the race, he is a huge fan of the durian.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
I never do. Normally, you see online like a lot of these. I guess I'm gonna group them in one people. Like a lot of these white people, I suppose, are not
European.
Yeah,
Okay,
Europeans. Yeah, Europeans. Even Americans. They're just like they just like vomiting and stuff when they're trying to eat durian. But I think maybe there's also a factor that a lot of these durians that they eat in their own country, whether Americans or Europeans, is probably have been shipped. It's not a fresh durian. Maybe it doesn't taste as good or smell as good, or maybe it has slightly more pungent smell to it. But I think if you go to state of Pahang, you go to Rao, or basically anywhere in Pahang, if you eat like a fresh durian, you might have a different perception about it.
Yep. Yeah. And one word of advice that was given to me, I didn't make this up, it was one word of advice when I just started eating durian. My local friend teach me, just get that smell out of your mindset, because it is your mind trying to trick you, the smell telling you this is not something you should eat. But just believe me, and tell yourself you are eating the world's best ice cream in a public toilet. And that's how you get over the psychological feel. So you're in a public toilet, obviously it doesn't smell, it's not the best smell, but you're eating the world's best ice cream. So that's how you get over the psychological barrier.
Fair point.
And so for those who want to try it, just think that you're eating the best ice cream in a public toilet.
Yeah, obviously it worked well for you.
It certainly did. Yeah.
So a few other things that you can do in the town of Temerloh. Obviously, there's a lot of river cruise in the Pahang River. There is some elephant conservation park as well here in center, National Elephant Conservation Center, Elephant Sanctuary. There are some there's a lot of water rafting activities here. So yeah, so if you're ever in the state of Pahang, these are the kind of stuff that you do. You might not see some big structures or big buildings here. I think they prefer it to be that way. Just a bit more nature, a bit more I guess relax, and a place for people to get away from these big city life. So yeah.
Exactly. And also Fraser Hill. Fraser Hill was pretty much created during the colonial days of Malaysia.
Oh yeah, for sure.
By the expats that's living in Kuala Lumpur, actually go out to Fraser Hill for the weekend to get away from the heat.
That's right.
I suppose, and that's it's like there's a lot of chalets and a lot of B&B hotels, and in a very cooling and relaxed setting.
Yeah.
And if you take your bicycle, and that's even better. You can enjoy. There's not much traffic on the road. You can enjoy your way up the hill, and also spend some time at a cafe in Fraser Hill.
All right. So for those of you that are viewing who are actually local Pahang people, let us know in the comment section where is a good place to go in Temerloh or in Raub, and also like if you are familiar with the Raub is also a common place for people that wants to, I guess, do a little bit of a touring or climbing to Cameron Highland.
Okay.
Yeah. Some people actually go via Raub, maybe park their car in Raub, do like a multiple day riding, go to Cameron and back kind of thing. So it seems to be like a very close to that, but Yanni rider riding as close as possible.
Yeah, with his De Rosa bike, he likes to. We want to get that maximal draft effect. And meanwhile, we're looking at the white jersey, Vadim Prosky of the Terengganu cycling team on his beautiful polygon there.
Yeah.
And so Vadim, who is definitely a contender for the GC and as well as the white jersey, he has finished number 2 overall. Years ago, and then also top 5, and 2 top 5 finish in the overall classification. He's certainly a man with he done the Tour de France, and he have done the Giro, so he have done the big races, and I think he's probably 29th position, 29th overall in the Giro, which is definitely not an easy task.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And so he's a man with definitely some climbing pedigree. So although the time gap is for everyone right now is fairly minimal for the major contenders. So he's on the same time with the Thai rider in terms of time count. So today is going to be absolutely crucial if Terengganu cycling team want to retain the overall best Asian classification.
Oh yes, for sure. Obviously we were talking about how Terengganu is a land of cyclists, and also I think Pahang is also one of those places, considering how they have many iconic climbs around this area. They have the Fraser's Hills, and then if you go a little bit further north, you have access to Cameron Highlands.
Right.
So I think if you go to those climbs, for example, like riding a bike, around those areas, a lot of them are quite respectful to cyclists. We've got 1 kilometer left of the neutral zone. Everyone's just, warming up. Well, it's already warm, I suppose.
Yeah. Fortunately, it's another dry start, and a sunny start. You can see the sun is beating on the cyclists with very clear shadows. There's no clouds. Seems like very little clouds. But
it's pretty much a head-on. You can see the shadows. It's pretty much straight on their head. So considering it is almost midday today, they're about to start very, very soon for today's stage. I think it'll be an interesting stage. We're going to have a very different dynamic of riders for today's stage. For the riders that maybe haven't shown themselves, probably like Anders Johansson, Mario Aparicio, that haven't showed themselves. Odd Eiking from Rockets, maybe you say. Matthias Brennoy is not very aggressive in the last 4 stages, might be present again today. Maybe the likes of Malaysian pro cyclist Muhammad Shawal Mazdin potentially is there as well. He did pretty well last year's Cameron Highland, so maybe he was just saving his legs for today. It's going to be definitely very, very different dynamic for today's race, Denny.
So it's going to be interesting to see, right? There's 3 intermediate sprints ahead of the climb. There are some time bonuses. Is it going to be a breakaway that's going to try to swallow up some intermediate sprints and bonus seconds and to go ahead of the peloton, or is the peloton going to be controlled by the teams that believe in their climber? So it's going to be interesting. Now, if there's a breakaway that does go clear, the climb is, it's hard, but it's not super steep. So if the guys have 5 minutes as at the bottom of the Fraser, they have a very good chance of staying all the way to the finish.
Oh
so,
yes, for sure.
Yeah, that's certainly going to make it for exciting racing. I'm sure there will be attack from the teams who has not really present and doesn't have a true say GC contender, so they might as well send their rider out in the early break and meanwhile trying to see who is going to be the team taking up the chase. And there could be a potential hesitation among the team, because we know who is the clear best sprinters in this race, but we don't know who are the best climbers. So here we go at the starting of the Tour de Langkawi, stage 5. And immediately their attack happening from Bardiani.
Yep, there it is, rider from Bardiani, VF Group Bardiani SF Faizani. That's a full name of the team. So there's straight away a breakaway attempt by this rider from Bardiani. We are yet to get a visual of who this particular rider is. Is definitely stuck on his wheel. Looks like a rider from Malaysian national cycling team, and looks like Uno X is there as well. So a couple of patches of rider. There's 3 in front, followed by, oh wow, so there's multiple attempts to join the breakaway. So there's 3 riders, another 3 riders, another 3 riders, 5 riders. So they are actually splitting the peloton at the moment. I think we were talking about how they have the first 3 intermediate sprints where these teams want to get as much points as possible or as much bonus seconds as possible. The only way to do it is get in the breakaway. So here it is. The 0 kilometer, the start of the race, and straight on.
That's why the Bardiani rider was following the Commissar car very closely, because he wanted to launch the attack as soon as the lead car is pulled off. So here we go at the front of the race. And it is seemed to be back together in one group, but the guys are still pushing on ahead, now led by Poti Vizimalda.
And I think just behind them looks like a Uno X. No, it's actually Burgos.
Burgos, yeah.
Maybe Wojtek. Looks like Wojtek, another rider from Bardiani, rider number 91. That is Federico Biagini. And then from Nusantara, BYC, which is Ade Mesa. Yes, Ade Mesa.
And I see a Malaysian team also active. That's the Sharu Madami.
Yeah, it looks like Sharu Madami. Counter-attack by Uno X Mobility rider after that initial attempt. The branch was not moving as fast as possible, so counter-attack by this Uno X rider, followed along by another group of rider trying to tag along with this Uno X Mobility rider. Looks like Ellen Blickra. We're not sure what's the game plan for today. Obviously, they're trying to set it up for their top rider for today, Anders Hallen Johannesson.
Yeah, I think that's a good strategy, you know, because the group is too big right now. So for a breakaway, to give the best opportunity for the breakaway to succeed, they wanted to keep it around 5 to 6 riders, strong rider that are able to drive all the way to the bottom of the climb. Now we see Ayman Rosley, who is so active throughout since the day 1 of this race, and is back in the breakaway again. And is doing his job again to set up his team's climber.
Oh yes, for sure. There's a few aims for today. Obviously, with Vadim Pronsky trying to maintain his position as the best Asian classification. Obviously, at this particular moment, he has the best time. He has the same time as Frankie Tanakan from Thailand Continental Cycling Team. Obviously, he's trying to extend that gap in this particular stage.
Yeah. This is the day to do it. So end of today, we will see different jersey wear, a race leader and a different jersey wear for the leaders, Petronas green jersey. So everything is on the line today. So if you screw up today, there's no chance for you to win the Tour de Langkawi this year.
Exactly. So pretty much after today's stage are all sprint stages. You know, we have another stage tomorrow from here, Sorry, Shalom to Port Dickson, and then Malacca to Medini, and then last but not least, finishing it off in Langkawi. They're all sprint stages. So here is the only stage for any of these GC interested team to make any point of difference.
Yeah. Here we go in the back here. We're looking at the back of the peloton. You can see the speed is still relatively fast. I mean, definitely the peloton is not sitting up just yet. The group in the front is way too big, so the leading team has to shut it down because they certainly don't want a big group of 10+ rider up the road, because that would make the chase a lot harder later. And you see the guys are really down in one line. stretching all across the road. I think from the head of the group to the back of Peloton right here, and we're looking at about probably 300-400 meters.
Yes, yeah, that's a long stretch. It just shows how fast these guys are going. The breakaway is yet to be established. I'm not sure if they've caught the breakaway, considering how the Peloton is bunching up. It's like another counter attack to form another form of breakaway. Looks like Wojtek Minik, followed by Sharon Amin from Malaysia national cycling team. Finally, a local team, a local national team make their way into the breakaway, followed by Ayman Rosli, a rider just behind him. Looks like maybe Edouard Bonfoy from 7-Eleven Click. We don't have a clear visual. Followed by Rockets in the breakaway, as they have been missing for the past 2 stages.
Yeah, it looked like that's it. I think that's the perfect composition for a breakaway attempt. The Peloton seems to be slowing down just briefly. You can see them riding across the road. And I think the leading group, the Peloton there, the backup Peloton look like it's slowing down already. And this is a good group to let go because I think I think total 7 rider in the front group way. That's not too difficult to control, and it's considered such a long climb still to come. And here is here's a getting closer look at the breakaway group. Bogo's rider and one of the Unibet Rocket. They didn't send the rocket up the road today. They're certainly active. And Total Energy, also a rider at position number 3, followed by 7-Eleven and Malaysian national team, and none other than Terengganu cycling team Ayman Rosli.
All right, and so these are the dynamics of today's. Looks like joined by Chengdu.
One rider from Chengdu decided to come across, and that makes the 6 become 7 right now. Yeah, here we go. We're trying to get a number on them as soon as we can. The 7-Eleven rider, and that's probably not Sharu Meramin. That's a little bit bigger
maybe
size.
Yusri Shari. Let's see, what's the number? 120, 125? Let's see, what was the number?
Couldn't see, but the Peloton seems to be getting organized. Judging from the pace, somebody should be taking up the chase up the front, although we're trying to get a visual of which team are start to commit. Because at this point, it's still very early in the race. Nobody need to commit too many riders, too many of their teammates up the road, but up the front of the Peloton. But if they just put, if all the favorite team just put 1 or 2 riders in there in the front, that would certainly help to keep the Peloton going and to keep the gap at a sustainable pace.
Right, so this is the cavalcade, the head of the convoy of the whole Tour of Langkawi train, basically. So these are the head, which is sort of signifying the people around that the Peloton is coming, and the cars of these teams are coming ahead. So here's again the breakaway with 107.8 kilometer. We're yet to get a time gap between them and also the main Pelotons. Rockets here. After being absent the last 2 days breakaway, they're back here again. 7 riders. So we got a rider from Burgos BH. Again, it is Wojtek Minik from yesterday. Swapping turns with Ayman Rosli in Terengganu. We have again Ayman Rosli. Maybe he's like, maybe they do like working together. So we have Rockets rider number 66, which is Zep Giffen. Yeah, we were talking about him just now. Yeah, he's maybe he's listening.
Yeah. So there you go. We haven't seen. Yesterday they weren't in the breakaway. So today they are back on the attacking mode with Zep Griffin from Great Britain riding for the French Unibet Rocket team.
All right.
And
so
Total Energy is 44. Number 44 from Total Energy. Nicola.
Yep, Nicola Marcero.
Yep.
We have Wojtek Minik. We have 7-Eleven Click, Edouard Bonfoy. We have rider number 215, which is 215 is Yusri Sha'ari.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Yusri Sha'ari. Right. Yes. Last year was also racing for national team. Today, this year, he's coming again, representing the national team, Yusri Sha'ari. Although he didn't make the breakaway for yesterday's stage, where it started at, in stage 3, Greek in Perak. That's his hometown. But today, I think it's been long overdue. He's one of those riders that likes to be in a breakaway, a little bit like Ayman Rosli, but finally he makes it in today's stage.
Yeah, there you go. 7 riders. That's 7 brave riders taking on the so-called Queen stage of this year's race. Although it's not the longest, but certainly it's going to be the most decisive race stage of this year's race. And here we go, passing a school the whole school must be here.
Yeah, let's say the whole school.
School is here, cheering on the riders.
Yeah,
it's so nice to have them supporting and the race, this great race. Without these fans, the race just won't be the same.
Yes, for sure. You know, it gives them a little bit extra motivation, especially for the local rider. You know, when they see Malaysia or the word Terengganu on the chest, they have a little bit of extra motivation, knowing the home crowd is supporting them. I know, you know, when you talk about the local teams, you know, for example, even like the local national team, despite the tour of Tour Langkawi have been around for about 29 years. I mean, in comparison to other places, it's still quite an infant stage. You know, there's still many rooms for development, and the presence of Tour Langkawi has been a good booster, good motivation for them to keep developing the team, whether from the fitness or performance side of things, or even technology side of things. So I guess it's definitely a plus point having Tour Langkawi in Malaysia in terms of the development of local cycling team, Danny.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, Tour Langkawi certainly you bring some of the world best riders coming to Malaysia. And give the opportunity for some of the Malaysian riders who normally wouldn't have a chance to race with guys who done the Tour de France. You know, that's a big thing. That if you getting that kind of exposure riding along the side of the likes of legend of Alexander Kristoff, you know, who have so many victories and done so many Grand Tours, is a legend around a global legend, cycling legend, and you're riding alongside of them, and certainly give you a booster and an opportunity to learn and to watch how the big time pro guys are doing their job. So hopefully that's inspires some new next generation young riders to come up, and certainly that would keep the Malaysian cycling tradition going. We certainly hope that.
All right, so yeah, so we've just got a time gap between the breakaway and also the peloton, which is about 40 seconds at the moment. So that the peloton is definitely sitting. Oh yes, it's 2 minutes now. It's 2 minutes now. They just updated. Here's the back of the peloton, Yuki Arashiro.
Yeah.
That's just at the back there. I'm not sure if today is going to be his day. Is he going to? What do you think, Danny? Is he going to do something about the climb, or?
Yeah, stage 3. He didn't do particularly well in the stage 3. So he wasn't at the front of the so-called front of the peloton, the first group. So he definitely lost some time. So I don't think he has the climbing legs with him. Maybe he's here to help out his teammate. And he's always been a very trusted domestic, a really strong guy. So yeah, maybe he's here to help one of their GC riders, and for the Solution Tech Vini Fantini team.
All right. So yeah, so the peloton is definitely sitting up at the moment. Yeah, just pedaling softly. Some are even just cruising down this hill.
Well, I think that everybody looking at each other to see who is going to be the team to take up the chase. You see Confirmer rider talking to Uno X, and they're probably saying that, hey, you know, you got the best GC riders, and you got to start pulling. So they look like a little bit discussion in terms of deciding the order of the chasing peloton.
All right. Okay. So yeah, we've got this is the breakaway, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. The gap have definitely grown while they were discussing who's going to pull. So yeah. So Danny, I think it's just since you've been involved with the I guess professional peloton for quite some time, I guess it's just maybe a good idea as well to give a little bit of understanding for viewers at home, like. Is this always the case when there's like a big teams in the race? Is it always up to them to control the peloton, or how does it work?
Yeah, there's kind of unspoken adequacy, so-called. Yeah, generally, if you have the bigger team, they should have the best riders. They should have the best ambitions and the biggest ambitions, and they obviously not obligated, but they should be able to win the race. Expected to win the race. So in order to win the race, we talk about it's a team sports. It's not done by one man, so you need a team to support riders, the bigger teams who has the best climbers, who wants to win, and certainly will be committed to do the work. And now we know Uno X, certainly they got so close to taking the stage victory. They have not walked away with a stage win. So of course Alexander Kristoff and Bricka have been fantastic sprinters, but so far this year we know Marochelli from XDS Dana are the I think undoubtedly the fastest guy in this race. So they could simply say, hey, even though we're the World Tour team, but we have won multiple stages, and we know that Nicholas Vinokurov and Aaron Gate are the designated leader, and I'm sure they want to win the overall GC, but they are not doing any work right now because they're saying, hey, we have won multiple stages and we're happy, even just us is. So if you want to win the race, if you don't think you can win the stage on the sprint and you want to win the race, then you should be taking the chase. And that's exactly what happened with Confarmer and Uno X Mobility, even though they are so-called the pro teams, so they're Division 2 teams, but they end up now having to do the work on the front because they haven't won a stage yet. They haven't walked away with a victory, and these professional teams are not here for suntans, for tourism. They're here to win a bike race. So they had to be forced onto the front. So there's a very good strategy. Team XDS Dana is in a very good position that they are able to just sit back, even though they have the race leader, Marochelli. But they are putting the task onto the other team to do the work, and I'm sure once the gap goes down to the breakaway, if it does come down to it, I'm sure Aaron Gate and Nicholas Vinokurov are ready to try to win the stage and win the jersey.
All right, so that's a 1 kilometer sign coming into the first intermediate sprint in Muntakap. So you got these 7 riders doing turns so far. At the front now we have yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, there you go. Just shows that yesterday was a good effort, but didn't succeed, and their legs must feel good, and they ought to give another try. We've seen it in the biggest race. Sometimes, when the guys are doing well, they're in the breakaway, you would think they're tired, but then they go back again on the next day.
All right, so there's a sprint for the first intermediate sprint. Looks like we have Wojtek coming in front, 100 meters to go.
Helping out the Malaysian rider Shari it looked like he dropped the chain.
Oh, yeah.
So he was pushing him, just trying to get the chain back onto the chain ring.
Luckily nothing happened while they were sprinting for the first intermediate sprint.
That would be
that would have been catastrophic.
That would be a disaster.
Yeah.
So 3 riders who took the intermediate sprint, and it's interesting. Yeah, the three rider here. They sometimes if their intention is to trying to win the stage, trying to get to the finish line, they may not contest for the intermediate sprint, trying to save their energy. But in this case, they were actually sprint off for the bonus seconds and the intermediate points.
All right, back together again. Yeah.
Iman Rosley did a very gentleman. I mean, he could have gone sprinting it, but he saw his compatriot Shari drop the chain, and he ended up just helping give him a push to get in order for Shari to get back into the group.
Right.
And meanwhile, in the front, look like the orange wearer. He's not the orange leader, orange jersey points leader, but he is the second in the points classification. So he is wearing. Brickra is actually doing the now instead of doing the lead out work, he's doing the pull for his GC rider, Johannesson, and taking the control of the peloton to keep the breakaway in check.
Yeah, so yeah, I think you were right about XDS Astana. They didn't have any representative in front here. There's only one, which is Alexander Vinokurov. Just one rider, the rest of the rider just hanging out at the back. So it's pretty much up to the UNO X rider. A little bit of a push from Ken Farmer, a rider, just so that Ellen Blickra get back in the third wheel. What would be the case, Danny, for that situation?
Yeah, it looked like there's two Uno X rider on the front with one Confama. Yeah, they just sometimes they know they're sharing the work, so sometimes you have they want to keep they decide like we should have three rider doing the chase, so they just give it a friendly push and to push it back to the front of the chase. I say working group, so that's sometimes that's very common among them. Here's the replay.
Replay of the sprint, shaded by the three, but let's see who got the best. It looks like the Tilton Energies, is it?
Yeah,
there's two white
either Unibet Rockets or Total Energy.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the official results in a bit. Yeah, it is Unibet riders. Yeah, Zep Kiffin, followed by Nicola Marcero from Total Energies, and third placing is Wojtek Minik from Burgos Borpele BH.
And now the 7 rider is back to rotating, working nicely, trying to keep the gap going. Now the gap is currently set at 2 minutes and 25, hovering around 2.5 minutes. And I think this is probably the gap that the major contender team or the Peloton was happy with. They're going to keep it around 2. So like I mentioned, if it gets to 5 by the bottom of the climb, consider the climb is not so steep. One of the at least a few of the breakaway guys could survive all the way to the end. That would be exciting to see. But in this particular case, the Peloton is drawn out in one line. That just shows that they're chasing, but I think they're just keeping it at a steady pace. I would think they're going probably around at an average speed of 47, 48k an hour.
Yeah, that's right, Danny. Yes, they are chasing. 2 minutes and 25 seconds gap with 104.3 kilometers to go into this race. Not a long stage, but definitely a queen stage, finishing at top of Fraser Hill. So you can see some here, the palm oil. Yeah, palm oil plantation, which is one of the main plantation, instead of, for example, another kind of plantation that are quite become the main economic resource is rubber as well.
Yeah, rubber. But in Malaysia now, I think the Malaysia palm oil is probably Malaysia is probably one of the biggest palm oil exporter.
Yeah.
It is one of the major countries' natural resources and also industry, because the palm oil certainly is very prominent throughout the landscape. But it's a nice place to go gravel riding.
Yes, for sure.
I know that inside the palm oil plantation you have very nice roads, because they need to be maintained and harvested. And so you can take your gravel bike and do a little bit of gravel bike, graveling.
Yeah.
As I call it.
Not groveling, right? It's completely different. Completely different thing.
Do a little bit of riding in there, assuming that they allows you to ride in some of our private property. So I don't want to call anybody to go trespassing private property, but some of them are quite open to people using them. It is actually pretty nice. So there you go, back on the Peloton Confama. It looked like 2 Confama riders on the front together with 2 Uno X mobility riders. So 4 riders on the front working, and in order to control the breakaway, keeping the gap at around 2 minutes right now. So they seem to come down a little bit. If I were the confarmer DS, and I'll probably tell them to slow down. You don't need to, it's still far way to go.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, still a long way to go. You don't need to shut it down just yet. I mean, as long as you keep it, I think, my opinion, under 3 minutes, and I think it's pretty easy to get the breakaway comeback to come back later. So, however, you never know. There are some riders here. We don't really know their climbing Palomares, so somebody could spur a surprise.
Yeah.
So we shall see. 7 riders. That's a really good composition to keep the pace going.
Yes.
And I see here the Unibet customed. I think that's a custom Cannondale.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's not something you can buy. I'm not sure if Cannondale actually sells them. I know when EF uses it, you can actually buy like a team replica color of it, but I haven't seen it. I haven't seen if you could buy any of these frames online, or has it been sold by Cannondale or something. But yeah, I like the color.
It is quite unique.
Yeah,
it's not your standard black or white color, but although I'm in Rosalie's national color of the Malaysia polygon cycling, polygon bike, it's certainly nice too. Very nicely done. Very classy. You have the blue, the white, and the red. And then we.
Always makes Mama smile, and he can do magic. That's why I love my Papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Hah? Buat apa tu? ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna Settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
Lancang in obviously in Pahang.
Yeah, and this is first time in this year's edition we see a Malaysian national team rider finally make it into the break, which is good effort. Because we talk about making it into the break, and you know, Ayman Rosli make it sounds easy, it looked easy, but I can believe me, it's not easy to get in the break. Because you see there are multiple attempts. If you just turn on watching the race now, it looks like they're just coasting along. But believe me that, you know, from the very beginning, there was multiple teams, multiple riders trying to get in the break. It's not a one-time effort. It certainly took multiple attempts in order to succeed. And you basically outright sprinting out and doing a maximal 3 to 5 minutes effort in order to get in the break. And once you're in the break, you can't just ease, right? Because you got to keep the pace going at a threshold pace, and in order for the breakaway to stay ahead of the peloton. And meanwhile, looking at the back of the peloton, the riders start feeding, calling off for their team cars. Yep. And it is a hot day, so the riders needs to be hydrated and the field before the penultimate climb of this year's race.
Alright, so yes, a minute and 15. So the peloton is definitely chasing them down. I think maybe they're more interested to keep the gap between about 1 minute or so before they're easing off the gas. But we don't know. We don't know for sure. I mean, they've closed the gap. Really chasing. The bunch has been pretty much just strung out almost for the past probably 5 kilometers or so.
Yeah. So I think obviously the Confarma and Uno X team, so they're a little bit concerned about this shorter stage. It's only 123k, and consider the climb are not super difficult.
Okay.
They probably don't want to take any chances of letting the breakaway go too far, and then they're gonna have a hard time bring that back, or they just want to keep a high pace to hurt the legs of the guys, other contenders, just to put a little bit harder effort, because if you make them go faster, and maybe they have less ability to win the race later. So here's the interview we're watching, gonna be with Uno X team. Look like the interview will be brought up shortly, but that's supposed to be the interview with one of the favor, Johansson, that we talk about. So hopefully we'll get that shortly.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he has to say and what's his plan for today, so that we here viewing had a little bit of understanding and context of what the race dynamic could potentially be. See, Danny, we were talking about that. You can see for sure from the way the road looks, it's definitely not flat. They are cresting at the moment before going down again on the other side of the road. So it's if obviously you're riding in a peloton, you'll be, I guess, carried by the speed of the peloton. But if if you're riding alone, it's a tough road.
Do you think it's a good stage for you?
Yeah, it's good that it's finished on a mountain, but it's not a very steep climb. But I think still it's possible to make a gap, and if not, I don't think it's a big group that will fight for the victory. So I think we have Dalby and me who he can go for a long one, and I can go for the sprint or the opposite. So I think it's still possible to win this stage as a climber.
If you win this stage, it will be probably your second stage race victory this year after the Tour of Slovenia. How important is it for yourself and for your team?
Yeah, it's for me it's really important. I really want to go for another victory. So, but it won't be easy. It's some strong guys there. So. Yeah, I really hope we can deliver a good performance today, and that we can win with one guy from our team.
There you go. The interview with one of today's race favorite, and he won. Just came off the victory not long ago from Tour of Slovenia.
Yeah. Tour of Slovenia, he was second in the national championship for Norwegian.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
so definitely a tough field, a Norwegian national championship, and obviously he did super well, considering who he is in the Tour de France, finishing it, and also he got 7th in stage 10, riding in a breakaway ahead of some big names in the I guess World Tour cycling names. So he's definitely have the legs for today, and he's definitely keen for today. Obviously he have been keeping his legs for the past 4 stages. Yeah, so he's definitely keen to give it a good crack at today's Fraser's Hill.
Yeah, but however, we know Aaron Gate, who took a couple bonus seconds, I think 9. On the earlier stages in the intermediate sprints, and so obviously he kind of Aaron Gates has a little head start, so-called, handicap, 9-second handicap or so.
That's right. Yeah.
And then, but of course, like Johansson just said, there are the strong riders in this race. But I would say he will be my pick for today.
Yeah.
And I think, although the climb is not, I mean, I had a look at a previous result, and the climb is not super difficult.
Yeah.
The previous, the last time, I think it was many years ago, 2013. Well, maybe that the race finished at the top of the Fraser Hill. Was by another ex-Terengganu cycling team rider, Yusuf Regini, and so he won that. So he's kind of a sprinter,
right?
But he is certainly. I mean, I know him. Obviously, he's been part of the team. He's a sprinter who can climb.
Yes.
But although if you look at the finishing group, and it was just a group of 10 riders,
right?
So, like Yusuf, he is, he's instrumental in helping Habib Saleh getting the first Tour de Langkawi victory. So he is a very fast man, but he's also a man with good legs, and some days and a small climb and not so steep climb. He's able to get to the front, and so if Yusuf is watching, shout out, say hello to you, and certainly appreciate your contribution to the team, and wish you were here. And this is the first time we visiting Fraser ever since your victory. That was he was riding with Dimension Data back then.
Yeah, okay.
The South African World Tour team.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, so it'd be interesting. I mean, judging from what you mentioned, how the stage played out last time, Aaron Gate would have been the same kind of rider of like Mohamed Kudus. He's very good at leading out. He's quite a good sprinter as well, with a little bit of track background. So I think if he played it well, XDS played it well, and Aaron Gate played it well, it would have definitely be in his favor. But again, there's always these other riders that we don't know. Maybe the likes of Kern Farmer, who are more GC prep team. They don't have like a, I guess, double objective. Unlike XDS, they have a little bit of a double objective with GC and also points classification. So their teams are pretty much split in two. Kern Farmer pretty much focuses on GC. We have the likes of probably other teams like Burgos BH. You have the likes of Saint Baya, who is very familiar with this climb. You know?
Right. Yep.
And it's the thing with this climb as well, you know, it's so long, and you know where it gets steep and where it sort of eases off, right? So you know, okay, I'm gonna attack here, like giving it this particular corner really hard, because I know on the other side it's gonna ease us off. So you know, he obviously Saint Baya has that advantage. You know, this is like almost back then when he was with Terengganu. He's always here. He's familiar with the climb, so that's a plus point for the likes of Saint Baya. And you know, Terengganu cycling team, Matthias Brenhoy, for sure, wants to get his piece of as well, his piece as well at this particular stage. And then we don't know with some of this continental team, right? They might show something for us today.
So we're trying to figure out who will be the favorite team leader for Equip Confarma. I think it's Ivan Kobo.
Yeah.
It should be Ivan Kobo. That he would be targeting, trying to win today's stage and trying to take the race lead. Now, although, you know, if you win today's stage, let's just say, assuming, even though Aaron Gate has a time bonus in his favor, but if you finish first, then you do get 10-second time bonus, which should be. Let's double check, because sometimes in the mountaintop finish there is no stage, there's no time bonuses. So if there is, then you know the winners do get a 10-second bonus. So that's it's going to help to improve the overall time gap.
All right, so let's see. So at the moment, the general classification, for sure, Matteo Malicelli is still on top. Erlen Brickra with 22 seconds gap. Aaron Gate with 26 seconds gap. So obviously he can close it down, that 26-second gap for that. And then we look at another rider, Ivan Kobo. Ivan Kobo is about, let's see, he's about 5 seconds a gap between him and Aaron Gate. So that's not a lot of time, you know. Obviously, he's not in the breakaway, but obviously he has showed his interest in the past few stages, being in the breakaway to grab as much time bonuses as possible. Vadim Pronsky is in 10th position at the moment for Terengganu cycling team. Johannesson is 16th with 34 seconds gap from the leader, which is about just under 10 seconds gap between himself and Aaron Gate.
Okay. Yeah. 10 seconds. So yes, there is a 10-second bonus for the today's winner, but there's also a 6-second for the second place and the 4-second to the third place. So if Johansson wants to take the lead, then and then he needs to win the stage with a 10-second bonus, and then you hope that Aaron Gate finish no higher than the top 3. So if he's 4th or 5th, he doesn't get a time bonus. Then even though they finish on the same time, then he would be able to take the 10-second bonus, and he would take the leader jersey, even though they're same in time, because he count back to the stage victories.
Yeah.
So that should put him in the race leader. But although I'm sure Kobo from the Confarma team has different idea, and Nicholas Vinderkruov, and also from the like of Matthias from Terengganu cycling team also have different ideas. And Unibet, Rockets, and Mario Papricio, we'll talk about his teammate Saint Baya, but I'm sure Mario Papricio, who just recently finished the Velda in a pretty good form, he would want to be able to contest for the overall victory, because he's been very quiet. Last year he was extremely active. We see him getting the KOM jerseys, and we certainly see that he's able to contest for the overall. So here goes the second intermediate sprint. Look like Ayman Rosley decide to give another crack at it. Here we go. Oh wow. He got the maximum points.
Yeah, he got the maximum points. He was sprinting with Wojtek as well yesterday, so today again, sprinting with Wojtek.
There you go. And he said, well, yesterday you took one, I took one, and he took another one. And so So yeah, so he's demonstrating that he still got the good legs despite being the breakaway. And he missed out the first one. You know, he was a gentleman. He was helping his compatriot to get the chain back onto his bike.
Yep.
And what a warrior by the Malaysian champion. It's just fantastic to see the national champion of Malaysia and come out to this national race. I mean, this is the most important race for Malaysian cyclists.
Oh yes,
and
for sure.
he does his jersey and his bike proud and his nation proud by representing Malaysia and having the national champion of Malaysia showing the world that he's certainly a rider to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I think there's a mutual understanding as well for the both of them. You know, being Malaysians, riding for Malaysian team. You know, carrying the Malaysian name, being at this, I guess, the biggest stage they could ever dreamed of, Temerloh Langkawi, and they both want to make it work, you know, and they're carrying, you know, it doesn't matter if they are on different jersey, different team, but the bottom line is we're riding for Malaysia, we're making the local team proud, we're making the flag proud, so we got to help each other, you know. If I'm staying in the breakaway, you're staying in the breakaway, you know, like you're not getting off this breakaway because some silly problems of a chain drop, right? Yeah,
right,
so
exactly.
That was definitely a good display of sportsmanship by you know, Ayman Rosli and also Yusri Shari.
Yeah. Yeah, Yusri should help him to lead out the next intermediate sprint.
Since
since he made Ayman Rosli to miss out the first intermediate sprint, there should be some give back for Ayman Rosli, who is certainly well deserved.
I believe Coach Yusuf is sharing his laws.
Yeah, so please tell Yusri to Shari to go and help on the next intermediate sprint. Do a little bit of work and lead out. So there you go. And getting aerial shots. We do, no mistaken, who is leading the Peloton is the Uno X team that's doing the bulk of the work right now.
Alan Brickler.
Yeah. Here the replay of the sprint too. Before we get back to the replay, we're still looking at the front of the Peloton. And Brickler is on the second position. And followed by Confama. Here's I think this is a live shot. The gap is capped to 1 minute and 15. And we shall see if we're gonna get a replay. Here we go. Here's the replay. Ayman Rosli leading out the sprint. And it looks like he's
nearly got caught, but a little bit of bike throw there. A little bike throw just to confirm. Yeah, so it looks like maximum points in time bonus for Ayman Rosli, followed by Wojtek Kminek, and followed by Nicola Marcero from Total Energies.
I don't know who got second. I think we need a photo replay.
We just need to double confirm. Just double confirm the official result. Oh, it's the other way around. My apologies. So that's the official result. Marcero from Total Energies second, and Wojtek Kminek in third place from Burgos Bupele BH.
Yeah, and that makes that's the second intermediate sprint at Bukit Dama, and we are back to working together once again. So it doesn't really impact the overall sprint classification, although I think Ayman Rosli is trying to collect as many points he can, and you know, it's difficult. It's not possible for him to win the points sprint classification, but maybe he'll finish top 3 by the end of the race. I'm sure this is not going to be the last time that you see him in the breakaway.
Oh yes, for sure, mate. Because like Ayman Rosli just doesn't like to sit at the bunch. You know, there's just his thing. You know, he just prefer in a smaller group, and solo is better. Yeah, so
he's a time trialist.
He's a time trialist. That's right. You know, he prefers time trial. He doesn't like sprinting. He doesn't like riding in a big bunch. So if you know, for as long as he can attack, he's going to attack and ride in the breakaway.
Yeah. Although he demonstrated he has pretty good speed on him. Even though being a time trialist, he can win a small group sprint. But that's a completely different story when it comes to a finishing sprint.
Yeah, for sure. It's a thing that most riders need to train for. You know, it's not a natural thing to do. It's not like running, you know, because you need to have a very good, I guess, hand-eye coordination. You know, you need to synchronize with, you know, how you're going to swing the bike, and also while you're putting the power on the pedals. You know, if you're not in sync, you're just going to look funny, and your power is just not going to come out from there. So it's always with sprinting, it's always form form first.
Right.
Yeah, it's form first, then you worry about the power.
There's like an art of sprinting.
Exactly.
Right? There's a certain technique into it.
Yeah.
You need to pull on the handlebar in a certain way, then you need to push it, and you need to synchronize your arm motion together with your leg motion. But I have tried that many times, and it's with no success. So I'm just if there's a tiger chasing me, so I guess if we both of us riding in the jungle, if there's a tiger chasing me, then you're definitely going to be the survivor. But if there's a wolf chase us, we're going to be a long, drawn out.
That's right.
Then maybe I have a better chance of survival. So
fair enough.
So you take your pick.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think I'm a bit meatier than you are, so I think they're more interested in me. Doesn't matter whether it's wolf or tiger.
I'm okay with tiger. At least it's a quick death, right? So here we go at the front of the peloton. The fast man, Brickla, is doing the endurance chase right now.
Right, the endurance chase.
He doesn't have to shut it down quickly. He's in fact they want to drag on, keep it at a minute. Look like they only feel comfortable keeping the gap at about a minute 15. That they are 100% certain that they can shut it down.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. Initially I thought there could be a bigger gap, but yeah, they want to ensure that their rider Johansson will have his chance of winning the stage and in this year Tour de Langkawi, because we know it's going to be hard to beat on the sprint. It's going to be really hard to beat Marichelli and on the sprint, because he is just seems like getting faster and faster. You put a corners, you put a straight line finish, you put a fish hook finish, he's still able to win.
He seems to be able to do it all. He's just in that winning streak at the moment. And it's just really hard to stop sprints on a winning streak. Speaking of the course, a flat first half. It is definitely not flat here, Danny. I think from this point on, I guess when you look at the course profile and you really sort of like zoom in into the course profile, it's basically a slow drag uphill from this point onwards, right? From about kilometer off, basically pretty much after the second intermediate sprint. It's a rolling, undulating terrain, but consistently, slowly, gradually going upwards before you hit the actual climb. So you can see the peloton now is just cresting up a road. So by no means, obviously, it's going to be an easy ride for them to Fraser's Hill, to the bottom of Fraser's Hill. It's going to be a lot of this undulation and heat, and falls flat can just, can get someone become quite demotivated and also demoralizing. So yeah, it's nonetheless a tough course heading towards Fraser.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for anyone today. So it's funny that a lot of people think it's for the climbers. This is considered an easy climb. But however, I can assure you that there is no easy day of racing, because when it comes to an easier climb, that just means the guy's just going to go faster at the bottom. So to launch their sprint, launch their climbers, and in order for the climber to try to win a stage like this, they really need to push hard and try to drop any so-called pure climbers. So it just means the pace is going to go super fast. We're estimating probably 30K going up, 35K going up the climb, which we're talking about 4 to 5% climb. And I reckon their average is still going to be hitting close to 35K an hour, which is like average weekend warrior. That would be your average speed on a flat road. But that, believe it or not, that's how the pro is going to go up the hill. And with a 5% incline, they're going to be doing that at 35K an hour.
So you just got to hold on to your Strava at the moment. They a lot of these pros have Strava these days. They turn on their Stravas when they when they're racing.
Exactly. It's nice to a lot of the even the top pros, right? I mean, we do know like likes of the Tadej Pogacar doesn't show his power data, and Vinegar doesn't even load most of his ride. If you go to his Strava, which I have, he done probably less mileage than me. So obviously that's not the case. He doesn't even load majority, especially his racing Strava data.
makes Mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points. Redeem all kinds of rewards. And easy to win hearts too. Senangnya. Ini baru Mr. Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Hah? Buat apa tu? Wah.
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go! Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna Settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
not afraid of heat. That certainly is Ayman Rosli, who grew up here in Malaysia, in Johor, and now riding for the Terengganu cycling team, number 113. And he certainly likes the hot and the humid weather, and it doesn't seem to slow him down at all for getting into the breakaway and representing his nation, his teams, and as well as the national champion jersey very well.
So just stuff the back of his jersey with some ice to keep his temperature cool down. I saw an interview with one of the Malaysian media with Ayman Rosli. Part of his plan yesterday to be able to keep riding was to make sure he got an ice, I guess a bag of ice from the team car every 45 to 1 hour.
Okay.
Yeah, and then he said like even after the race, he doesn't feel like he's like absolutely burnt out. Well, I mean, it just also tells the level of how fit he is. But yeah, he said like it's very crucial. He was struggling in the heat as well yesterday, despite being a local rider. But yeah, that was part of his plan yesterday. Every an hour, 45 minutes, just get the ice from the team car, keep himself cool to make sure that you're not. You're not
burning out.
Yeah, burning out, overheating almost, because that's once a lot of these things. If you I guess hunger flat for too much, then you're gonna have some problems. Same with heat.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's neutral service. Yeah, we're just seeing some Pinarello bikes.
Yeah. Orange color. Decked out in some orange colors and orange bar tape.
What generation Pinarello is that? It looks like still rim brake.
Yeah. Some of them rim brake. Yeah.
Getting some bottles of probably looks like just some normal water, plain water, from the team car. And yeah, Danny, I remind because I remember one of the team mechanics for I believe for Jami Bike Center, Rasdi Rahmat. He was with Ukyo last year. He was one of the teams for Ukyo. He talked details what the little tricks that Malucelli likes to do before a sprint. I'm not gonna spit it out here. But yeah, there's a particular tricks that he likes to do with his bike setup and stuff from Malucelli that Malucelli relates to him and how to set up his bike. But just basically the whole point is just trying to tell you how these Chur Langkawi you gather 3 tiers of cycling team.
Sekolah Menengah Agama Bersuper Bentong Super.
Okey, nama siapa?
Adam Mikael bin Firdaus.
Adam Mikael bin Firdaus. Okey, Adam, berapa lama training dengan kawan-kawan ni?
Dalam lebih dekat seminggu lebih lah.
Seminggu lebih. Okey, boleh tunjukkan kepada kami tak persembahannya, boleh? Okey, cantik, silakan.
1, 2, 3. Malaysia, kami datang mendukungmu selamanya. LTdL, kami datang mendukungmu selamanya.
Some of the bigger teams, right? So otherwise they will be racing just among all Division 3 teams. You wouldn't be able to know whether or not someone like Maricelli is good enough to be racing out in the top level. So he certainly has shown that he can go shoulder to shoulder. Even though he was with a smaller team, he's gonna able to go shoulder to shoulder with some of the bigger teams and not only the bigger team, and also win the race, not just going shoulder to shoulder. He actually won, and then the team able to see that he is fast and he's able to race with the best in the world, and that's how the smaller riders getting drafted. And we talked about earlier, Yuki Aroshiro, was racing for the Ikebasada, the Maitan Hampo Maitan team back in the many years ago. And then because his performance in Tour Langkawi and the Eurobike, who that time was Eurobike,
the Europe car,
Europe car, and it was in the race. And then they literally take him after that. That after his performance of multiple breakaway and showed his ability. And same thing, Sain Baya. He was with the Terengganu cycling team, and because his performance in winning the Best Asian and also the KOM jerseys, that got him a seat in the Bogos team, which is also participating participated. Now he's riding for Bogo's team.
Yes, that's right.
So absolutely, that's why these races obviously given the opportunity to the smaller team to shine, especially like the pro races where you have mix of the World Tour team, pro team, and the Continental team, and even national teams as well.
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
So that has given the opportunity to those riders in the smaller teams, smaller nations. Certainly, we see that also in the African racing.
Yeah.
This year, they see the World Championship took place in Africa. Certainly, give a chance for the smaller nation in Africa an opportunity to shine. So hopefully that gives that more of this happen. Take places and give the opportunity to the smaller countries, smaller cycling nation, and smaller team, rider on the smaller team.
For sure. All right. So while we're here, I'm just taking this opportunity as well to welcome everyone that is viewing us from the YouTube live. And obviously there's a comment section on the side there, so feel free to join in and have a conversation there. And if you have any question, feel free to let us know if you need to know anything about the race or want to learn anything about the race or trying to understand the race, about Tour Langkawi or even cycling in general. So feel free to let us know in here, obviously. So there are some comment. I know we talked about palm oil just now. Nazrul Nasir is saying that Malaysia is the second biggest palm oil export. Number one is Indonesia.
Okay.
But both Malaysia and Indonesia produce 80% of palm oil supply
of the world.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's pretty wild. Yeah. Yeah. And obviously there's a few comments as well. Oh yes, hashtag pray for Palestine, pray for Sumut. As we're speaking, obviously the flotilla boat is making their way to Palestine, providing aid. So let's pray for them as well. Yeah. So if you have any questions or answers or whatever, feel free to let us know in the comment section. So here is Zap Kiffin, just getting himself cooled down. Just make sure he doesn't burn out or overheated from this Malaysian hot and humid weather.
Yeah, he's taking a shower while riding.
Pretty much, yeah.
Taking a shower. So, but actually, rider right now hoping the climb starts, because once they start getting to the hills, and there will be some shade and some trees surrounding them, and then actually provide a bit of the relief from the heat of the Malaysian tropical weather. But in the meantime, these riders still got 70K to the finish line, and approximately they still got about, I think they're going to start kind of climbing pretty soon. I mean, we talk about the course has been undulating already, but they probably have another 20K to go before the roads really get into the bottom of the Fraser climb.
Yeah.
And which they are, the third intermediate sprint is going, I'm sorry, the third intermediate sprint is coming up
yes,
right now.
For sure, absolutely right. So we got a few questions. Yeah, 1K to go. One question. Someone was asking you, what is that? Average gradient for Fraser's climb. Obviously, it's not from Kuala Kubu Baru. This time around, it's from Terengganu.
Yeah, it's about 5%. I mean, 5%. Won't be anything. There will be some part of it will be kicking up to 10%. Here we go. Just let's see the finishing the sprint of the today's the last intermediate sprint is Shari gonna lead out Ayman Rosley. He did a front position right now. Here we go. Wojtek is sprinting, is taking an early jump and leading out Zap for the. Okay, look like Zap is gonna get it this time.
Yeah, Marcelo is there. UC Shari is in the mix as well. Looks like Zep. Maybe Zep, maybe Marcelo. We don't know. Quite close, but we'll see if we can get a replay or a better camera angle for this.
I think Marcelo got the intermediate. I think Marcelo from the Total Energy, he came in a bit of on the right-hand side. He possibly took that. So we're waiting for head-on shots of the third and last intermediate sprint.
Zap Kiffin.
There's a smile going on. just acknowledge that maybe he got it, and so it's interesting they're battling out for the intermediate sprint.
Yeah, for sure. Well, obviously, we're going to get a replay just now, an official result in a bit. So here, look at the peloton, still in front by a rider from Uno X, about to pass the third intermediate sprints. About 500 meters to go from now. 1 minute and 25 seconds gap with 67.7 kilometers to go. 67.6 kilometers to go now.
So we just talked about earlier the question on the average gradient. So the average gradient is about 5% plus minus, but the last 8K, especially the beginning part of the last 8K, it does definitely on some of the hairpin turns, it does kick up to about 10%, I would say. So the first, the 4 to 5 kilometer of the finishing climb, the first 5 kilometer of the last 8K, if I'm not confusing anyone, the first part of the final 8K is pretty steep. It does get narrow, so it's not easy by any means. So if you're not in a good position into the last 8K, you'll be caught out and you'll be too far into the climb. And it will be difficult to move up as rider dropping off, and it will be hard to move up, and you'll be exerting a lot of energies. And by the time you get to the front of the climb, the true climbers of this year's race and maybe already gone up too far up the road. And here is a replay of the sprint, intermediate sprint. We're gonna see. This is just the front of the peloton right now, in front of the breakaway group. And reforming the. Regrouping and working again, trying to keep ahead of the chasing peloton.
So still the same 7 rider. Still the same 7 rider. And here's a replay. Wojtek committing on the left side, Zep Kiffin on the right. Just on his hip is Marcelo from Total Energies. And it's quite a sprint there, and looks like Zep Kiffin. Zep Kiffin from Unibet Rockets just won the third intermediate sprint of today.
And they're back. There we go. Here's a number, and Shari confirmed he got third. And
not bad. Finally, Malaysian national cycling team brought home something. Finally, got their names on the board. And talk about Malaysian national team. So Malaysian national team also has Ki Zi. And so he is a rider that probably still want to contest for the white jersey. He's a rider certainly can climb, but maybe not. I mean, he did spend some time in Spain as well, doing some racing there. So he's a rider that certainly want to at least try and trying to finish best among the ASEAN region riders. In the meantime, the peloton is really strung out. It's amazing that they look like they're just charging down to the bottom of the climb. They are by no means they're easing. The pace is certainly not easy with everyone just strung out in one line. So they're I think the average speed easily at a 47 kilometer, 48 kilometer an hour, just warming up to the bottom of the climb. So for those watching at home, the Weekend Warrior, so this is a difference between professional racing and amateur racing, where you go 30k an hour to the bottom of the climb, then you start to go up the climb, and then you're probably producing 300 watts and feel like you're Tadej Pogačar riding well. But the pros are doing 48k, 47k an hour to the bottom of the climb, doing probably averaging 300 watts, and then they hit the climb, and then they're going out at 400 plus watts up the climb for an hour, and sometimes that's just the first of the many climb. Then they got to do multiple climb before they hit the final climb. So that's the difference between the professional racing and the Weekend Warrior. By no means it's easy for everyone. It's not easy for anyone, but it's just great that you can go out there and enjoy. But just in terms of comparison, these pro guys are certainly putting out massive amount of watts and just trying to stay ahead of the peloton, trying to get to the bottom
of the climb.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of the Malaysia national cycling team as well, we have rider number 213, Muhammad Iqmal Zarawi. This year is his first time participating Tour of Langkawi, so definitely a very steep learning curve, you know, for him to be able to ride at this particular level. And considering he's still in the race, so I guess he's doing good.
Yeah,
he's doing good so far.
He's under 23 as well.
Yeah, he's 21 years old.
21 years old.
Yeah, he's 21 years old. Yeah, fairly young. So to get this exposure at that particular age, you know, for being for a local rider, that's pretty good. And hopefully we want to see a very I guess like a positive trajectory for him in his career.
Yeah. In the Terengganu cycling team, we'll have Aiman Shamir. He was on the national team, and he did the Tour Langkawi very early in young age, 21. And so we saw his pedigree and performance, and we brought him into the Terengganu cycling professional team. And he has been a valuable contributor and very good rider in terms of helping out the other riders in terms of getting the result in some of the crucial races. So he's not in this year Tour Langkawi with Terengganu cycling team. Obviously, the team has many riders, many good riders, and so they come. They are not. He's not doing this, but I think he's doing the Tour of Taihu after this Tour Langkawi with the Malaysia with the Terengganu cycling team. So we certainly hope that he will perform well there. And so this is not the last race for the Terengganu cycling team. They still have Tour of Taihu in China, which is a pro level race, and then you have another Tour of Kyushu, which is a 2.1 race in Japan that Terengganu cycling team is going to attend.
All right, so yes, this is the breakaway. Again, another neutral service car from Jamie Bike Centre, just feeding some drinks for the riders in the breakaway where the team car are unable to get to the front. I mean, looking at the road condition, undulating up and down, it'd be a tricky for team cars to get ahead. Yeah, I mean, it's like obviously it's a double lane road, but it's not that easy for cars to get ahead. Yeah.
It's not easy. I've done drive the team car many times, and the hardest part, especially when you have one team car, in this race is two, but you need to get to the front of the peloton, front of the breakaway. If you're riding in the breakaway, you need to pass. We talk about 150 riders on this road, and the riders are focusing on their stretch over, well over 500 meters, so 300 to 500 meters, and you need to drive your team car passing that, and the roads are turning. It's not a straight road, and the riders are focusing just purely on the racing, and you're trying to drive your team car past them while you can see the rider swing left to right, and you're trying to pass.
Always makes Mama smile, and he can do magic. That's why I love my Papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mr. Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Buat apa tu? Wah.
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go! Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
Yeah, so if you're like during season, right? If you're during season, as soon as you enter the village, it's the smell of urine.
Wow,
Yeah,
there you go.
from one end to the other
So
end.
you can smell the public toilet like from like miles away. Yeah, miles away. So you won't miss it. You won't miss it. You will smell it before, the trick is you will smell it before you see it.
That's the thing. Yeah. You're absolutely right.
There you go. I don't know if these riders would love to stop for a during break. If
Probably
they
the local rider would love
local
it.
rider
Yeah.
would love it. Yeah, would be some important sugar. It's a very sweet fruit.
Yeah.
So be some sugar carb loading with durian. That would be really interesting. I'm
Yeah.
wondering if there's gonna be a gel made with a durian flavor.
Yeah.
That would be something that worth trying.
Yeah, but I don't know about eating durian and then doing a full gas afterwards is going to be a good idea.
We'll never know. You're gonna try it. We're gonna try it. We're gonna put it to the test.
No one tested it yet, so it's probably something that the local cycling team would have to do and let us know if it's a good idea or not.
Yes, absolutely.
57.8 kilometers to go. So you can see there's like a few intersections there. If you want to head to Kuala Lumpur, you can take the left intersection. Obviously, we're not interested to go to Kuala Lumpur just yet. That's the final stage. So they go straight on, heading towards Raup, and also from Raup they'll head up to Fraser's Hill.
Yeah, here's the Malaysian national team. Here's giving some water and gels to the riders, and to their rider, number 215, representing Malaysia. This year, with the Malaysian national team, does have a little bit of a brighter color. Typically in the past, they had the national flag color, but this year they come up with a pretty bright, or a yellow, orange, and a blue. That's a nice abstract interpretation of the Malaysian flag, which is pretty cool.
Oh yes, for sure. Something different, obviously. So it outshines a little bit, whereas last year they sort of blend in with the other two Malaysian-based team, Malaysia Pro Cycling and Terengganu. But yeah, so a little bit more highlight for the team this year with a slightly different jersey design. But speaking of jersey, you rarely see riders in the Peloton today, as in Tour Langkawi, riding a separate jersey and bib.
Yeah, a lot of these guys are going to a racing suit. So it's sort of a combination of the speed suit, like time trial speed suit, and a two-piece. So it allows you to open up the jersey completely. You have the front ventilation. So obviously different from the TT suit, and that's not allowed to be open. It's just a zipper, front zipper. And so the race suit does allow you to increase a little bit of breathability, and it has pockets on the back. Although, it's still not the most comfortable. I mean, for training, I don't think any pro riders can even go out those in training, because it is still one-piece suit. It definitely give you a more aero benefit for sure versus a two-piece. And that's why some of the jersey that they have got there and trying to figure a way how to connect the jerseys and the bib together, trying to make a little more aero. That would be it help the rider in terms of comfort. But obviously this race is super fast.
Yeah.
And even with Terengganu cycling team, I know like a lot of time, in the big races, especially today's really important stages, and they know the speed is super fast, so every watts count over, so the watts saving, the aero saving outweighs the comfort. But a lot of the other smaller races, the rider do race just in a two-piece instead of the one-piece race suit. So in this case, the guys on the front, and it's so funny that you can always tell. I think we can tell, let's say, if your rider has ambition today, then they would wear a one-piece suit. They know they were at least trying to get in the breakaway.
That's right.
And we can see Iman Rosley. That he likes to wear he seems like aero every time. He's an aero every time. He's a time trialer, so he needs it's in his blood just to be aero. So
aero every time.
Aero every time. So there you go. That could be a hashtag, aero every time. There you go.
So like even if I remember it was I think Jared Vrooman and Phil White, which was the founder of Cervelo. Obviously back then aerodynamic wasn't a thing, but obviously they're trying to make their case for the team. Early 2000s about the importance of aerodynamic even for climbing. I think they modeled that even if you're climbing at 6-7%, and if you're pushing around that 4 to 5 watts per kg, up a hill where it's no more than 7%, aero is still a thing. So I guess that's I guess fast forward about 20 years later, it's now become like how do I say it, like a common wisdom, right? Everyone knows that you should be more aero.
Right.
Yeah.
And nowadays, I think in the old days, you used to have a climbing bike and you have an aero bike. Because they couldn't, the aero bike was a lot heavier, and then so the climber definitely doesn't want to use the aero bike on the climbing stage. But nowadays you sort of go in with a sort of just most of the bike company out there just make one bike that's both aero optimized and as well as weight optimized. So you could, with a carbon technology manufacturing technique, you could produce a very aero bike that is still very light. And I know with Polygon, you can get their aero bike, and I think some of the bike we build up can get it down to like 6.9 kg. So that's an aero setup with a 6.9 kg. So that's fairly light.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of rider you mentioned, like a lot of teams, they don't like the rider don't even mind about a little bit heavier bike. As long as the bike is fast and it's aero, they feel more comfortable on it. Just the sheer speed, and especially today, it's fairly 5% is not super steep. So I think most of the riders here are on so-called the aero climbing bike, or just the one bike. That's pretty much everything.
Pretty much everything, yeah.
Oh. Here we go. So Iman Rosley just dropped the ice pack. I think he put his ice pack on his neck, but as he getting the feedback to the spectator, he took the items he needed. He wanted to give the feedback to the spectator, and then he sort of accidentally dropped the ice pack.
Oh no!
But he still have another ice pack in his jersey, so he has multiple ice packs.
Oh yeah, he's well prepared.
Yeah,
he's well prepared. Like I mean he's quite familiar with how the heat can be in this. I guess being from Malaysia, so yeah, I guess he's well prepared to face the heat here. Yeah, we're working well together, these 7 riders. So the gap definitely have extended, 1 minute and 55 seconds. It was, I think a while ago, it was about 1 minute and 40, 1 minute and 30 seconds. So the gap have definitely gone up a little bit. I'm not sure if the Peloton have actually set up for a bit, just to give a little bit of extra room for these riders. But yeah, the 7 riders, still the same riders in front here. Ayman Rosli, we have Yusri Sha'ari just finishing his turn. We have Wojtek Kminek, and then we have Zeb Kiffin from Rockets. We have Nicola Marcero, and then we have Johan Sobal and Edouard Bonnefoy from 711 Click is just getting some feed from his team car. A French guy riding for the Philippine teams. That's it. Just rolling turns together, and as we've mentioned earlier, it's not a flat route to here. It's a gradual up and down, but it's going uphill as they're passing through here. So they're about to head to Raup. Now is kilometer 51.9, and Raup is about 39.5 until the finishing. So this is just, for those of you that are quite familiar with this ride, it's just a long drag with nothing to see left and right at the moment. You can see that it's just up and down, but it's a lot more up than down at this particular moment. Akipo Confirma just in front. Just behind him is a Uno X rider, Erlen Brikra, and just behind him we have a whole team of 711 Click team, obviously trying to control the pace for his teammate in the breakaway group. We saw Paul T visit Malta is just behind there, just behind the Bardiani rider. Back in the breakaway, it's just you can see it's very heated up, it's very hot here. It is the common thing in Malaysia, in Southeast Asian country. It is about almost 1 p.m. peak of heat almost. So it's really important for the riders to cool themselves down. This is Johan Sobal. He was in a breakaway with Ayman Rossi and also Wojtek Kminek yesterday. Rolling turns. Looking at his palmarès, more of a time trialist guy. So I guess he just prefers a constant effort. So riding in a breakaway seems like a good idea for him. Here is Yusri Sha'ari and then Edouard Bonnefoy. Marcero seems like he just got some, just got a bottle from the neutral service team. You can see Mirage on the road just shows how hot it is in today's stage. You can see on the left there, team cars just moving up. Team cars just moving out as we're talking just now with Danny earlier. Team cars moving out. You have to make sure that the road condition is ideal, and I think they found their ideal stretch of roads where it's straight and quite wide. Before that, it was a quite windy and rolling terrain, so it can be quite dangerous for team car to move up. Yes, it's just a drag at the moment, trying to get up the road, trying to climb through this road. 15.9 kilometers to go with 1 minute and 40 seconds gap. Back to what it used to be.
Yeah, and 50K, so this is getting closer and closer to the climb, although we're already on the incline. But the Peloton is certainly keeping the pace. Not a super hot, but it's definitely not easing up, and not easy by any means. But at least especially for the rider on the back, as you can see, they are loading up the water, and they are certainly pushing up the walls, just trying to keep up with the pace. You can see the riders just standing up from Korea, KSPO, the Malaysian national team. So the riders of the smaller nations, smaller countries, smaller teams are certainly already having a tough time just trying to keep up with the pace at the front. And meanwhile, on the front, no question, who is doing the lion's share of work, Confirma, together with Uno X Mobility. They are the two rider on the front is really literally controlling the 7 rider on the breakaway. So that shows how strong these riders are, and the two guys are doing all the work for their team leaders. But their goal is just trying to get to their target, I'm sure, in their DS, just telling them, well, just bring that back at the bottom of the climb. So you got approximately 15K to the bottom of the climb of the Fraser Hill. So their job is to, you can see a little bit shake of a muscle. So Brickler is finally getting a little bit tired. So they're doing the lion's share of work, but they just need to get to the bottom of the climb together with the group, and then they're gonna ease off and just go as easy as possible, but while still finishing with a time cut. But shouldn't be any major concern. But they just need to get the group to the bottom of the climb, catch the breakaway, and then they can release their team climbers and the leaders in the contest for the finishing and the overall leader jersey at the end of today's stage.
Yeah. So just under 50 kilometers now, Danny. We are looking at probably approximately maybe 2 hours of racing to go, considering half of that is going uphill.
One and a half
hours now. So you're assuming the speed is obviously going to light up once they reach the bottom of the climb. So we're just going to see it'll be interesting to see who's going to take the lead and set the pace once they reach the bottom of the hill. All right, so there you go. So we've got some information there on our live feed. We've got 10 kilometers to go to the only, I guess, the first King of the Mountain for today in Raub.
Yep.
So I guess normally people are riding. Raub is obviously they sort of like moved up a little bit towards Raub. It's not a direct route to its Frasers, obviously to make the road more interesting. But I think if you, for example, running low on fuel, because there are basically no shops around here in between, I guess, the bottom of Fraser until Bentong. Normally most people ride it, so it's really important if you're riding around here to make sure you fuel up. I guess at the top of Fraser, I suppose. Obviously, there's some road stalls or whatever, or maybe even before you climb Fraser's at Kuala Kubu Baru or in Bentong. There's some shops there. So if you're riding around here, just be aware that the road is pretty much like this, left and right. No one's here to sell you. Sometimes, I mean, if you're lucky, you might find some road stalls by the side of the road. But yeah, it's just a little bit of an advice, just in case you're riding around here. You decide to ride around here.
Or just wait until the durian season. You just hike into the jungle and get plucked.
That's a good idea.
Durian.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it's quite tall. Just mind your head, you know, in case. But if you're wearing a helmet, that's you should be fine.
Right. All joke aside, these guys are not joking around. The 7 riders on the front are doing some serious work, and meanwhile, the 2 riders, Kamfama and the Uno X, are doing their work, lion's share of their work for the Peloton by keeping the gap to no more than 2 minutes. Yeah, it has not been. I don't think we have hit 2 minutes. It's just a minute, hovering around minute and a half to a minute and 50 seconds. We saw briefly, and the riders on the back here are certainly not enjoying the scenery. I mean, it's when you're on the race, it's hard to enjoy the scenery. You gotta be careful watching out the riders in front of you, so you don't end up clipping the wheel. Because we saw yesterday, there were riders that just a simple clip overlapping of the wheels, and I think that sent one of the rider from Picnic Post NL home, because it looked like he probably have broke collarbone, and so he couldn't continue the race. So yeah, it's definitely not an easy day, even though these guys are just seems like sitting on the back and just coasting along.
It's definitely not easy just sitting on, considering the temperature now is about 35 degrees Celsius. It's hot. 35 degrees Celsius in Malaysia would normally make you feel like it's about 38 degrees Celsius, or even in some cases 40 degrees Celsius, considering that these guys are going up and down the road in this particular condition. They can have some quite still air as well, being slightly more shaded. Not shaded, I would say covered. By no means shaded, but normally in many cases it's quite a shaded climb. Fraser is known to be quite a shaded climb. If you climb in the morning, it's quite foggy, and it's quite cooling, but you only realize that it's quite hot in the day once you reach back the bottom. But yeah, so at the moment, obviously, sitting on is just, it's still a hard experience for the riders at the back as well. Obviously, more so for these riders, these 7 riders in the breakaway, are just chopping along, riding in a smooth pace together.
Yeah, it's the road surface fortunately is really good.
Yeah.
It's the guys just able to keep a steady pace. So you see here Ayman just skipping a turn just a little bit and just trying to get a little bit of rest. So obviously he's been super active. I think if you're going to pick the most aggressive rider of this year's race, I think Ayman Rosley certainly should be the top contender for that award. And here we go see the Rocket, Unibet Rocket Zep from UK riding for the French team, and as well as 7-Eleven. They're just rotating, everyone just taking a quick 15-second, 10-15-second turn. Nobody's over pushing it, just keeping the rotation going. So just, you know, for the viewers watching at home, having that steady rotation, actually you get a higher average speed compared to surges. If you keep attacking and ease off, and that's actually disrupt the speed. So by keeping it at a steady pace. Now we do getting some shade. Talk about shades in there, where it seems like start going up, and then you can see the trees and the surrounding air, surrounding trees are overlapping the roads a little bit, but still there's still quite a bit of way to go before they're really into the shade and getting some relief from the hot sun.
Oh, and, yes, 45.6 kilometer with 1 minute and 35 second gap. So for those of you that are joining, so this particular stage from Temerloh to Fraser's Hill, we was also deemed as the Queen stage for today's stage, also for this year's edition of Tour of Langkawi, and they are heading towards the first King of the Mountain classification for today's stage at
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Hah? Buat apa tu? Wah.
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
On the flat, you know, because you're definitely saving a lot of energies, and but on the hills, you're not getting the full aerodynamic drafting. So as we see, Ayman Rosley just a little bit of a head a little bit down, bobbling, and meanwhile the riders on the front just trying to set a steady pace, you know. So again, still far away, 41 kilometer, in order for this 7 rider to survive to the finish. They need to work together, at least to the bottom of a climb, and then I think the better climber, the guys who still have better legs left, will probably decide to go on their own, or at least try to launch an attack. And because there's no point of carrying the other riders along, they need to do that. They should be able to do the climb on their own. Ideally, probably 2 or 3 riders, and trying to go as far as they can. Although the time gap is still insufficient to try to survive, in order to survive all the way to the top. And we see here on the back of at the front of the Peloton, the Confarmer and the Uno X are still doing all the work for their leader. it's interesting to see that at the beginning of the race, we saw Bardiani, VF Group Bardiani was the first one launching the attack. But they are not present in the breakaway currently.
Yes. Yeah, no Bardiani. Although they initiated the breakaway, but no Bardiani in the breakaway today. Denny, the road is definitely tilting up, and if you look at the course profile as well, this is where everything starts to bite. The gradient starts tilting up. It's going to cause some of the riders some issue. If anyone in the breakaway don't have their climbing legs. Looks like there are some riders, you know, having a bit of a shake of a head, looking down, using Shari. I'm not sure if that's he was trying to get something off his head, or it's just like a head shake of just like, you know, hating the gradient going up.
And the average speed that we covered up so far is 44.4 km/h, and that's we're getting close 500 meter to the first KOM point at category 3 climb at Raub. So definitely we're on the climb, so 500 meters to go.
Yes, for sure. So obviously if we look at the classification, no one is basically in contention for King of the Mountain jersey, or any interest to get the King of the Mountain jersey. But yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if anyone would be contesting for this classification as they roll through. Ayman Rosli just sitting at the back, just trying to see if he could get a maximum points from here. Zab Kiffin is not letting that happen. Edouard Bonfoy stuck behind Zab Kiffin's wheel. See if he can get the maximum points. Looks like Ayman Rosli got the maximum points for King of the Mountain. He's not letting anything go, eh?
No, he's once again, you know, I think it's just great to see. I say it again, and I'm gonna say it again. You know, when you have the national champion jersey on your shoulder, you're in your home race. There's got to be an extra motivation.
Yeah.
And even though he's not in contention for the KOM, he's not in contention for the. I mean, I don't think he's in contention for the points classification either. But just to show that you're a good rider. You know, here you go, Giant Duran.
There it is.
What I said?
Yeah.
You know, it's there. It is there.
It is
Giant Duran.
Yes, this is called the village of Sangli. Sangli. So this is not a Duran season. The Westerners are okay.
So no need to go. No need to go to the jungle and hunt for Duran right now. Stay on the road. Stay on the road.
Stay on the road.
Yeah.
So it is this village. You can smell pretty much the Duran. If it's on season, if it's during the season, you can pretty much smell it from where that big Duran is until you get out the village.
Yes, absolutely. So that's here we go. That's that's the state. This part of the world, this part of the country is well known for their durian. And if you haven't tried it, and those just join us, the durian is the king of the fruit.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly.
Yeah. Like I still don't know why the other people don't enjoy it. Like I don't know. Like I guess we grow up with the smell, I suppose. I think that's probably the thing. We grew up the smell, and we sort of like have conditioned ourselves, being the local people, like conditioned to ourselves that this smell is actually a good, nice, tasty smell. Whereas I don't know, maybe a different culture have different, different, I guess, basis of what's tasty and what's not, I suppose.
Exactly. Well, if you grew up in another part of the world, like France, we know how like certain cheese.
Oh yeah.
Has a very pungent smell.
Yeah,
like blue cheese or something.
Yeah,
I think.
like again, I can't appreciate that.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
So I don't mind. I like that. I have gonna learn to appreciate it. But also in some part of the world, especially in a Scandinavian country, they fermented shark.
Right.
It's like I have not tried that.
Yeah.
Here's a replay. Wow! Before we get back to the
food
delicacy, unique delicacy.
Right.
Here's go. Ayman Rosli does his jersey, does his country, does his sponsor proud by taking another KOM intermediate sprint.
Right. So obviously Ayman Rosli is not hungry for durian. He's hungry for a King of the Mountains point.
Yeah. Well, he just want to rack up as many points and take it as many intermediate sprints as possible. There you go. Ayman Rosli.
Maximum points for Ayman Rosli, followed by Edouard Bonfoy from 7-Eleven, French rider riding with 7-Eleven, followed by Zab Kiffin, a British rider riding for a French team. So yeah.
We're going back to back to unique food. I think in Scandinavian country you have fermented shark.
Fermented shark,
And
okay.
that's, I mean, I've not tried it, but it just every time I watch on TV, when people do try it, they said it described as like ammonia smell.
Right.
Like a very foul ammonia smell. And I don't know if you ever smell ammonia, if you ever clean your floor, you smell the ammonia.
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah,
not
yeah,
something that you want to put in your mouth.
Yeah. Smell of like a public toilet smell as well.
It's like a dead body smell to me.
Yeah.
But it's that's what they do. They eat that fermented shark, and then you have a certain type of cheese. That is very pungent.
And then I believe like the Chinese have what we call as like a smelly tofu.
Oh yeah, that's that's smelly tofu.
Yeah.
Correct. I being a Chinese myself, I do not eat smelly tofu.
Okay.
I don't appreciate that. Whenever I go to Taiwan, in the night market, and, you can smell the smelly tofu from miles away, and I sort of trying to avoid that particular stall because I have not. I mean, I grew up next, smelling it. I never have acquired a taste.
Just can't be able to appreciate it.
Exactly. So I would rather take durian any day.
Okay.
I would rather take durian or blue cheese.
I guess you're more Malaysian.
I am more Malaysian, absolutely. Being here so many years, so absolutely appreciate the hospitality, the people, the culture, the surrounding, the cycling community. So absolutely, enjoying my visit, my stay in Malaysia for sure.
All right, that's at 36.1 kilometer. So basically, they've left Raup, the King of the Mountain point in Raup. So now they're basically climbing to Fraser's Hill. Looks like Shahrul looking down at his bike, seeing if he have any issues. Hopefully no issues, because the climb is about to start. Oh yes, looks like he has some issues. He's raised his hand and calling for the team car. Is it a puncture or anything? I'm not sure. Hopefully...
Look like a puncture, rear wheel puncture. Well, it looks like, I'm not sure. Meanwhile, we see the Unibail Rock, the team, almost like a backpack. I thought he was carrying a backpack. It was a feeding bag. He carrying a lot of bottles.
It's a full feeding bag. So that is Owen, rider named Owen from Unibail Rockets.
Meanwhile, Shahrul still having trouble with his bike, and back at the front, there's no trouble there. Confama and Uno X still sharing the workload and just keeping the gap to 1.5 minutes, and that's what they feel comfortable. So obviously the DS of both teams are saying to their riders, let's keep this gap at 1.5 minutes, so it's very easy to bring it back without any surges later. So they must feel confident at Johansson for the Uno X mobility, and as well as Kobo, Ivan Kobo for the equipped Confama team. And in the meantime, looks like that's Shahrul. That's in the Cervelo. He rides in the Cervelo bike now. In his personal sort of sponsor or personal bike.
So speaking of personal bike, like obviously we are seeing that the local Malaysia national team is they're not on the same bikes.
No.
We see Yusri Shari on the Trek. Shahrul Amin is on the Cervelo. We have, for example, a few riders. For example, Elmi Jumari is on S-Works. We have another rider on a Specialized as well. So does that mean are they like a personally sponsored bike, or what's the situation with the Malaysian national team?
So in this kind of case, in the national team, and this has often happened with other nations as well. They either like for example, Key rides for Terengganu team, so he is on a Polygon bike, which is provided by the team and the sponsor. But in cases where Shahrul, ex-Terengganu rider, so now he's on his own. He's so-called privateer, literally. So they either get a private sponsors to support them, or they have to dish out the personal money to do this. And so it is definitely harder for these guys. And so when you have a personal bike, you gotta not only the bicycle itself. Just imagine how many hours and kilometers they're riding on the roads. They need to service the bike, the parts, and change the bike, change the parts, and so forth. So it certainly does come with a task, with a burden. but they, but they have the honor of representing their country.
Right.
And representing a country that riding in the biggest race in their hometown, in the home race. So it is not easy for them. So we will certainly appreciate their effort by training and participate in this race. So here's on the back of the race. Yeah, they're trying to. The teammate of Shahrukh Madamin, the national team, is trying to give him a hand and talking to him. And I hope the team car hear this. The Malaysian national team needs to get to the Shahrukh Madamin as soon as possible. Either it's a flat, need to get a quick wheel change, and so he can get back onto the pointy end of this race, because we only got 33 kilometers to go.
Yeah.
So the climb definitely is gonna start. If not now, it's like very, very soon.
Yes,
so
it's pretty much very, very soon. They're going to turn left in about, so this is 32.9 kilometer. I think in about 4 kilometers, they're going to have to turn left. Pretty much that's where the climb starts. So that is the Temerloh Fraser Road. So yes, I think they will notice there's like a police station at the intersection. That's where the road starts tilting up, and basically that's where the main climb is. I think the total climb from what's the total climb would be? I think from the bottom of Temerloh all the way to basically Gap is about 30.
I think about 25 kilometers.
About 25 kilometers,
yeah.
So I think in total about 30 kilometer of climbing they will do. About 30 kilometer of climbing that they will do, and that includes from Gap to the top.
And meanwhile, the riders just trying to get a Shari just trying to get a last-minute feed before the climb really starting.
Yeah.
I think this is a good time to feed your riders. Yeah, before and then when the roads get narrower, twistier, it's going to be harder.
Roads, yeah. Even though it's a two-way road, but it's pretty very, very narrow roads. Like trying to get up the road from the back of the convoy, passing the peloton, and obviously if the pace goes super hard, you're going to have these scattered riders. It's going to be a bit of a mission for you to get to your riders. So it's really a good idea for these riders. So a lot of these are a very experienced rider. So yeah, looks like Unibet. Malaysian national cycling team is giving a bottle of water to Zep Giffen.
Yeah,
there you go.
There you go. A little bit of collaboration there. So I just checked the race menu. So these guys gonna turn left in about 3.5 kilometer.
Yeah.
So there's 28k to the top of Bukit Fraser. Fraser here, 28k. So
about 28 kilometers.
28k of climb. Yeah. So I said 25. You said 30. So we're just right about the middle.
Yeah.
27.5.
There you go.
That's the actual climb, and that's where the official starts. And I think they're just getting ready to make that left turn pretty soon.
Yeah, for sure. This is definitely a familiar road. Not far now until they get that T junction, and from there they will turn left, and that's where the climb will start. There's nothing steep, Danny. We talked about it. It's not a super steep climb, but when the climb is not super steep, it really is, up to the rider and how they're going to do it. It can be a very easy and gradual climb, but it can also hurt really badly. But considering it's a mountain stop finish, I think the big teams that are contending for GC is going to make the tempo as hard as possible.
Yeah, and also consider these guys have done approximately 100k of racing. So that's certainly going to hurt the legs and under this hot sun. As you can see here, the rider from Chengdu, and he's having a little bit hard time just trying to close the gap.
Yeah.
That just shows how hard these guys, how fast these guys are going. So certainly they're not sitting about. They're still trying to win the race, trying to stay ahead of the peloton, which we know is going to get charged. It's going to charge. They're going to increase the pace and hunt down these 7 escapees. And it's always hard psychologically, right? You're in the breakaway, and the chances of succeeding is so small, but you're still going to hurt yourself, push your body to the absolute limit, just trying to stay away. And even you can do an extra few minutes, few kilometers. That provides a bit of relief to your team leader back in the peloton, so they don't have to. They know that there's not going to be any counterattack until the escapee are caught. So you have to push yourself and hurting yourself literally, and that's why cyclists is funny. You talk to them why you enjoying cycling, and a lot of cyclists will tell you they enjoy the suffering and they enjoy the pain.
Yeah. Obviously, I mean, from pedaling, you know, that I guess is the hurt that you get from cycling also infuses a kind of feel-good hormone, what we call as endorphin. That endorphin also gives you that feel-good feeling. I guess traditionally psychologists call it the runner's hormone, the runner's high they call it. You know, when people do physical activities, they do get this feel-good hormone called endorphin. There's others, the feel-good hormone out there. For example, you have the dopamine, you have serotonin, you have oxytocin. Yeah, so here it is. Here's the intersection that we were talking about. They turn left. There's a police station on the left, and then basically the climbing pretty much starts now. They're going to have a bit of a run. They're going to have a bit of a run in here. They have the marker on the side of the road showing that the King of the Mountain is about roughly 28 kilometers ahead of them. So the climb is going to start now. It's a gradual climb. It's about average 4 to 5%. Up until the gap, there's sort of like a resting period up there. They call the gap. And from gap, you have another about 7 to 8 kilometers to climb. That's where the gradient becomes a little bit more steeper. So it's really important for these riders to set their pace correct, and also for the teams in the peloton hoping to send their GC rider up ahead. So it's really important for them to set the pace as hard as they could possibly can, reduce the feel, and win the stage.
There you go. And Iman Rosley just got a little bit of bottle, a couple bottles, and a fresh bottle. He knows that he's gonna have to keep pushing on, you know, keep pushing on, keeping the power up. And this kind of gradient suits him. He's not a pure climber, but so this kind of gradient that require constant effort, it is actually better for him. So he needs to keep that going with these 6 other compatriots, and to try to stay ahead the peloton. And once the peloton was not far away, it was just a minute and a half, so they're probably just making a left turn right now.
Yes, there it is. We have the view of the peloton. They're just about to start the climb at the moment, and obviously we know. Hopefully we can get a visual of which team is actually leading the peloton right now, and they're about to set the pace for their team leader, for their GC rider, for them to set a good pace and set a good position for them to launch the attack and put a herd and rip everyone's legs off.
Everyone's leg. Well,
yeah,
that sounds brutal.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
But it looked like on the back of the peloton, the rider from Nusantara is getting some gel, and he's probably a little bit concerned and already on his nutrition. Meanwhile, the rider who is not so worried right now is Harif Saleh, number 111. I think his job is done. He need to follow the peloton to the bottom of the climb. There's 28K to go. I don't think he's in any risk to getting finish out, any risk of finishing outside the time limit. But he can ease up, right? He still need to put a pretty constant speed just to get to the finishing line, because he certainly want to contest tomorrow's stage, and as well as 2 more stages to come for the sprinter. So right now, it's all out for the climber to shine. And they have been quiet all along, and well, it looked like Chengdu rider, 143.
Yeah, Soba.
Soba is succumbed to the effort from yesterday and also earlier today. So he's the first rider. We saw earlier that he's already having a hard time closing some of the gap, and I think he is done for today.
Yeah, so obviously it looks like Zeb Kiffin on the front. He's absolutely driving the pace at the moment. Looks like he has some kind of ambition as well for today's stage. Maybe he's trying to extend the gap. Obviously we can see the gap have extended a little bit from 1 minute and 25 seconds to 1 minute and 35 seconds. But we all know the main contenders are in the peloton still. We have 26 kilometers to go. They're going to ramp up the pace, and we don't know what's going to happen to these breakaway group, whether they can stay away, but we have a hunch that they will be swallowed by the Peloton, and from there on, the favorite GC, the likes of Johannesson from Uno X, Aaron Gate from XDS, and Vinokurov from XDS as well will take on.
And here's backup Peloton. They're on the climb already, and it's difficult to get a shot. Who is pushing on the front? But look at Tudor. I see Tudor rider on the front, also taking over the chase duty. And I see at least two Tudor rider on the front, and I see Shari just got dropped on the climb. And meanwhile, Ayman Rosley still with the first with Zap and first few escapees. So he's still keeping the effort and trying to stay with the escapees.
Oh yeah, so they are really putting the hurt. You can see like how much of a gap there is. Looks like there's a bit of a gap between Ayman Rosley, Zep Kiffin, Edouard Bonfire is pushing the pace as well in front. Looking like Wojtek Kminik is just in front there, ramping up the pace. Ayman Rosley looks like he's in a bit of a trouble, a little bit of a gap there with 25 kilometers to go. He's pushing hard to make sure he's in contact. Wojtek Kminik is getting up the pace as well. Marcelo on the left side of the road. Edouard Bonfire still intact with the rider, Zep Kiffin. Just pouring some water over him just to make sure he's cooled down. Not just from the temperatures, also the pace is going super fast at the moment. And
Nicola
yeah.
is taking the pace, and Nicola seems to be pretty active in trying to push the pace. He doesn't want anyone to slow down dramatically. Ayman is doing a very smart job, just trying to escape. I mean, obviously he cannot contribute to the pull on the front, so he just skip the turn and just hang on the back. And I see Seb Griffin is pushing, and Kiffin, and as well as Bogos.
Yeah, Wojtek.
Yep. And I think the most active one is Nicola.
Nicola Marcelo again pushing the pace. He's definitely pushing the pace along with these other four riders. Ayman Rossi is basically a passenger here. He's trying to make sure he recovers as possible, playing it smart. He needs to play his card very well here, Denny. Otherwise, if the other riders know that he's just a passenger, they might attack and get rid of him.
Yeah, the beginning part of this climb is probably at least for the next 20 kilometers, the beginning part is a little bit choppy. I wouldn't say steep, but it's definitely a little bit choppy. But then it gets mellow off, and then become very steady. So Ayman just need to follow the early part, and then trying to recover. And then once the roads flatten out a little bit more constant, then that suits him better. So right now the four riders doing all the rotation and the work, and that seems to be working very well. And it will be interesting if we can get a time gap of these 5 remaining breakaway riders. We've seen already the Chengdu rider and the Malaysia rider already dropped from the breakaway, and now 7 become 5.
Yeah.
And here we go. Nicola Marcelo is from Total Energy is just driving. He's the one that sort of accelerates a little bit every time he comes to the front. He wants this pace to go as high as possible, and he's certainly looking good. I mean, from his stature, in his pedaling style, he's definitely a natural climber, say, compared to others. Yeah.
Oh yes, for sure. And then we can see, and we can also judge by how fast this pace is going, by the chainring combination that they're going at the moment. They're still in the big ring, and about 54.2's chainring in front. They're still up there. They're not even on the top part of the cassette. They're still like they're really going through, going for the pace here, Danny. They're just pushing through. Again, Nicola Marcelo is still in front from Total Energy. He's pushing up the pace, making sure the paces go as hard as possible, making it hard for the GC team in the Peloton to chase with 1 minute and 35 seconds. As of now, we get the time gap between the breakaway and also the Peloton with 23.4 kilometers to go.
And Wojtek also looks pretty good on the climb from Bogo, so he's trying to set up He's trying to do as much work, trying to stay in front, and meanwhile make other teams chase. So I'm sure his teammate Mario Aparicio and Saimbaya, who is contesting for the KOM, they can sit in the group. But here we go, attack from sort of an attack.
Yep.
Yeah, from the 7-Eleven rider, French rider from 7-Eleven.
Yep.
And again, trying to inject. They're just trying to inject a little bit of pace every time the roads gets a little bit steeper.
Yeah,
then
sure.
that's the best time to push. And here we go, an attack from Wojtek.
Okay.
And from Bogus, and I think Ayman Rosley. Well, here we go.
All
Ayman
right. Looks
Rosley.
like the attack have I guess have eat himself.
Yeah.
Edouard Bonnefoy initiated the surge, and now he couldn't keep up with the pace. And now Ayman Rossi even have left him and try to keep up with the front group. Edouard Bonnefoy, he's in a little bit of a trouble. Maybe he has some mechanical, I'm not sure. He was raising his hands. Maybe some mechanicals have caused him some trouble. Let's see.
It's gonna be hard for the team car to get across.
Oh, yes,
I don't know if minute something gap, narrow roads, and unless the team car is already behind them, it will be impossible to get to him.
Oh yes, for sure. I mean, that's his time on the breakaway is pretty much done. That's just unfortunate for him. Yeah, so he's the back of the peloton. A few riders are just, probably just trying to finish the race. The peloton space is definitely going super fast at the moment. The GC teams are going as hard as possible, setting it up for their riders. Uno X, so we have Tudor as well. We got a glimpse of Tudor. Here, Danny, we are talking about how these cars are trying to pass through some of these riders. It's not an easy job.
Nope.
Yes, obviously neutral service here, Dummy Bike Center. Maybe he needs to go up there supporting the breakaway group.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they are stuck as well.
Yeah, but normally there should be a neutral service car right behind the escapee. They will be the Camisa and the neutral service car will be the last two cars to get pulled out from the gap in between. So now in the front is 4 rider. Ayman Rosley still with the first group.
Yeah, he's still
is,
pushing. Then
yeah.
he is still pushing. Obviously the pace got higher and higher. I think he stayed within his zone, not going into the red. I think the other 3 riders are looking. Yeah, there you go. I was just gonna say, Macero is definitely not happy. Ayman Rossi is just sitting on. But it's a bike race. We are racing. So, and obviously Ayman is not disturbing the dynamics. He's just giving himself a little bit of a gap. But obviously he's playing it smart, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really don't think he's going to contribute. He's able to contribute much. He's hanging on. And I think if Nicola wants to win today, he just needs to go as hard as he can and as fast as he can, because there's no point getting Ayman involved, and Ayman has been in breakaway multiple days and yesterday as well. So he's a passenger for sure, and there's no chance for him to hang on once the road gets steeper. So yeah, Nicola just need to focus on working, getting the 3. I think there's a nice 3 rider and doing the work. I think they're a similar level. And so it's also good when they're similar level, and then they can just rotate at a constant pace. And here we go, Ayman finally had enough. I mean, he done the best he can.
Yeah.
And now being left by the trio, and now the gap is down to 1 minute 07. I think it's already gone down to a minute.
Yeah.
But you can see here, they are in the shades at least, shaded
sure.
from the hot sun.
Yeah.
So they can get a little bit of rest, so-called from the temperature, not resting from the climbs.
Oh yes.
But the resting from the sun.
Yeah, that's half of the challenge here, riding at the Langkawi from 7 riders. Now left 3 riders battling it out in this Taranum route heading towards Fraser's Hill. Now all that's left now is Wojtek Kminik from Bogusburg Pele, followed by Zeb Kiffin, from Rockets, and also Nicola Marcero from Total Energies. These three riders are swapping turns. They got rid of Ayman Rosli just recently. Ayman have to peel off, considering there's 3 other stages that he needs to do, and probably the remaining stages suits him well. So it's probably a good idea for Ayman Rosli to just peel off and get back in the peloton and finish it off and get ready for tomorrow. So it's been interesting to see how these 3 riders go. The gap has definitely decreased from 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Kumpul mata ganjaran tanpa kad di Petronas. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Sofia sayang Papa.
Lah, guna Mercer Rewards sayang. Isi senang, tebus macam-macam, senang. Beli jiwa pun senang. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Top of Fraser's, but that would be a bit tricky one because considering that's the finish line, the same King of the Mountain classification is also the finish line where the GCs are gonna battle it out, and then while the Giants are battling, all these smaller riders are normally gonna experience the hurt. So here he is back on the front of the on the breakaway, 3 riders. Nicola Marcero is good to see. Finally, Total Energies are pushing the pace here after not being that much of a presence in the past couple of in the past few stages, with 18 kilometers to go, with 30 seconds gap between these 3 riders. So Danny, I think the what would be a nerve-wracking for these I guess my assumption would be a nerve-wracking move for the Peloton is to sort of time it well and caught them just before the final 8 kilometer and launches is up there, and then I guess the breakaway would see that the bunch would catch up, and then the GC is just there, and then the GC lights up the pace from there, and then this pretty much that attack is just going to end these this breakaway and just keeps the demoralized from pushing on anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. So the job of the for the teams who want to contest for the overall victories, they need to push the pace so hard. We're getting a look of the aerial shot of the Fraser Hill. That's the finishing line. You can see it's fairly windy and twisty through the jungles, and it certainly looks so serene and peaceful. But I can assure you, on the road, it's a carnage, because the leading teams, and I think the Tudor is going to be involved, Uno X, XDS Astana. They just want to, they just want to push the pace as hard as they can. So no one arrived at the last 7K with fresh legs to launch the attack. So this is the hardest part of the race yet to come. But for these 3 riders, they're just gonna have to ride as hard as they can, as steady as they can. And Nicola has mentioned he's the one that's driving the pace. He looked like the best the climber. He has a very smooth cadence throughout the climb. So he's the one that want to drive the pace for sure. 20 seconds is a gap, so it is certainly coming down and coming down rapidly. And that's
I think that's probably one of the interests from Marcero as well. Like he wants the pace to go up, considering how the Peloton is chasing. So it's now down to 20 seconds gap. Looking back, Nicola is just looking back to see how far, if they can actually have a visual of the Peloton. Zap Kiffin here is still riding the pace, followed by Wojtek Minek. These 3 riders have been working well with each other with 16.9 kilometer. Hopefully we get a visual. Average race speed so far, 42.8 kilometer. A fast one for sure, an undulating terrain, and now they're finally on the climb, the Queen stage. Now 16 seconds. The Peloton is really chasing. They're ramping up the pace for their climbers and also GC contenders. They're not safe now. The breakaway need to do something if they want to keep going and staying in the breakaway. We can see Danny here in the Peloton. Riders are actually struggling at the back here just to keep on.
Absolutely. If you want to contest for the overall classifications, you need to be at least the first half of this Peloton, because once they hit the steeper part of the climb, with 7K to go to the finish, it's going to be impossible to move up forward as the rider getting shouted onto the back, and it's going to get harder and harder to move up. So we can see here Thai rider number 26, 126 is really struggling, just trying to follow. And here's the Fraser Hill. Here we are looking at the giant, I think when the riders see this big sign, it will be a sign of relief that they finally. Oh, that's actually where the attack is going to happen. That's where the right turn. Then the road is going to get really steep. That's the beginning of the last 7K. So that's going to get really steep. That's not a sign of relief. That's a sign of additional
it's just
pain.
Going to get worse.
Additional pain that these guys are going to experience.
Yeah, for sure. So, like we mentioned just now, I guess the first 3/4 of the climb is going to be a more steady gradient. You're looking at between 3 to 5%. But once they make that right turn from the gap, where they reach the border of Pahang and Selangor, they're going to climb up into Fraser's Hill. So that's where the gradient is going to go up even steeper than what it used to be. Yeah. So
and the right turn we saw with the giant sign of a Bukit Fraser, that's 7.7K to the finish.
Yeah. So from there you're looking at another 7 kilometer until that intersection. So and then from there on the gradient is gonna go even steeper. So the road as well from the last 7.7 kilometer, it's technically a single lane. Yeah. So now only 2 riders left. Looks like Wojtek Kaminik have been dropped, and there is a visual of the peloton. We could only see a glimpse, but we can't be sure which particular team is driving the pace in front here. Zeb Kiffin and also Nicola Marcero, just these 2 riders left in front. They want to make sure they can stay away. You know, the advantage of this particular climb, it's twisty and windy. You can hide from the visual from the side of the peloton. 15 kilometers to go, but looks like the peloton is really chasing them.
It looks like it's Poti Visit Malda rider on the front, setting the pace, hunting down the 2 escapees, the remaining escapees. 7 rider become 6, become 5, and then the last 3, and now it's just 2 rider at the front, and still battling out and trying to keep the pace ahead of the charging peloton. We hope to see who are the leading teams. But I think that the gap is 10 seconds, but possibly even less than that. So the escapee is going to get reeled in. 14.7K to the finish, 10 second, less than 10 second gap. But the peloton is still fairly big. This is no means. I mean, it's reduced, but it's still, we're looking at about 70, 80 riders.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like they really need to ramp up the pace. Otherwise, you know, it'd be weird to see a bunch sprint at the top of Fraser's Hill. But yes, for sure, it is definitely a stage for the GC. I think the teams are planning something up in front there. We don't get a visual. We haven't yet get a visual which particular team is driving the pace. Obviously, they're riding under the shade. We can't see which particular team's in front there driving the pace. Here he is. The 2 riders still, Zeb Kiffin from Rockets and Marcero from Team Total Energies are working well together, trying to make sure they have the gap. But we don't have the visual of the peloton. Oh yes, there is just there by the corner, but I think they have the advantage. If they can play the terrain to their advantage, they can slip away from the peloton.
So one of the leading teams got to sacrifice someone. They got to launch an attack and really blow up the peloton, because right now, to me, it's too big. If everyone just sitting in the wheels and just setting a steady pace, there's going to be a bunch 30 rider to the finish. So if anyone, if any teams want to take the victory, they may have to sacrifice 1 or 2 riders to launch an attack and trying to break up this still fairly big group. Right now.
Oh yes, for sure. You know, the teams need to do something. Either send a few of their riders up ahead and blow up the field, or potentially just riding a slightly or even harder pace. You know, considering there's not much kilometers left to go until the top of the climb. We're looking at about just 10 kilometers to go until the top of the climb. So they need to do something. Obviously, they want to reduce the field to make sure that each and every team have a chance for their general classification rider, hoping to score either maximum time bonus and make their way up into the general classification ladder. So here is where the head of the race is. Obviously, it's a very challenged signal up here, climbing up the Fraser's Hill. And we are here seeing some drone shots of where the climbs are going up to. They're about to head to the Simpang Gap, where they're going to make a right turn and do the last 7.7 kilometer of a slightly steeper part of the climb, where the road becomes super narrow. So for those of you that are not familiar with Fraser's climb, there's a one-way up and a one-way down. So the roads are pretty narrow. They need to play it well for the GC team.
Yeah, I just saw a glimpse of the front of the peloton was set by Confarmer. At least looked like to me 2 or 3 rider from Confarmer is on the front setting the pace for their leader Ivan Kobo, and it was 12.8k to go. We're losing a bit of visual because we're obviously going through some dense forest and twisty roads, so the mountains are blocking the signals, but we can only assume. But one thing we can assure, the pace is hot and furious.
Oh yes, just like the weather we had in the first part of the race. Obviously the temperature maintains, the heat of the peloton is rising, just like the temperature of the day. Hashtag beat the heat. The stage 5 of PETRONAS LTur di Langkawi is definitely lighting it up in this Queen stage from Temerloh to Fraser's Hill.
Matteo, you will probably not win today. How can you make your team win again?
Yes, for sure I will not win today, but we have 2 cards to play in this stage. For sure Aaron Gate is our first card because already taken the 9 seconds in the 10 seconds in the sprint bonification, so he's already 13 GC, and we will play with him and Vino and then Nicolas Vinokourov. We will see what happens. For sure they are our leader in the climb, and I hope that they can do very well.
The end of your time as a race leader, but the beginning of your time as the points classification leader or the point classification jersey holder.
Yes, for sure. From tomorrow I will wear the orange jersey. It's my jersey because I know that green jersey is not my jersey. I can't arrive to Kuala Lumpur with this jersey, so I hope to arrive with the orange jersey in Kuala Lumpur.
Grazie.
Grazie, ciao.
That's the interview with the race leader, Matteo Marocelli.
Yeah, obviously he's well aware that he's not going to be keeping that green jersey anymore, but he's happy because he wants to wear the orange jersey.
That was his target anyway, so he has been shouldering the responsibility of the race leader, but he did point out very clearly the Aaron Gate.
Mata ganjaran tanpa kad di Petronas. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
guna Mercer Rewards je yang. Isi senang, tebus macam-macam, senang. Beli jiwa pun senang. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Ha? Buat apa tu?
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go! Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Baik, Lily ketika ini bersama dengan orang kuat, orang penting, sangat berprestij, Petronas LTdL 2025. Encik Ime, how are you?
Okay. Setakat ni dah halfway, saya rasa kita dah lalui semua lah. Transfer yang jauh, transfer keluar pulau dan perjalanan race yang agak panjang dan pagi ni ada berehat sikit lah. Hari berehat sikit.
Okay, Cik Ime. So, macam Cik Ime cakap kita dah halfway kan. Macam mana Cik Ime nampak penambahbaikan yang dialami saingan Petronas LTdL ni berbanding dengan musim-musim lalu lah?
Secara keseluruhan daripada pengurusan acara, memang kita setakat ni Presiden Komisar dia punya ni almost perfect dia cakap kan. So daripada day one, daripada kita di Langkawi dan the day 2 days before that pun sampai sekarang dia membawa kepada momentum yang sangat baik lah. Maksudnya tiada Saya sampai di tempat di hotel memang
part of the climb. That's as steep as the hardest part of the climb. So if you want your climber to have a chance of win, you want to hit that climb as hard as you can to put them in the best position. It's almost like a launching pad for your climber to launch their attack. Here's the back of the. We're looking at the right turn, the Bukit Fraser. And an aerial shot, and the riders are stretched out. So we're looking at about 20-25 riders. Provide us a very good view of what's happening.
All right. Coming to Malaysia, were you aware that the last two winners were British?
No.
Simon Carr and Max Poole were the last winners of Le Tour de Langkawi. What do you make of your first experience at Le Tour de Langkawi?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's great. We've got a great team here, and overall it's been a really fun experience.
How come? What has been a good experience? There were sprinting stage mostly, but you have lost one of your two sprinters.
Yeah, it's been difficult to lose Jason to a bit of illness, but we continue well with Lorenzo, and he's done some good results in the last two stages. So yeah, and for the fun part, it's just been good to experience a new country, and everyone's very nice here, and we're having fun in the race. It's great.
Something different to experience today, an uphill finish. How do you feel with that? What is the plan for your team?
Oh, I couldn't tell you that. Yeah, it's a bit different to yesterday. We've got some good guys for the general classification and also for the stage, so we'll play for that and see what happens on the final climb.
Thank you.
Here's the industry interview with Total Energy, a British rider, Adam Mitchell.
That's right, Adam Mitchell. Yeah,
Adam Mitchell. There you go. So he's, it's the last two edition of the Tour de Langkawi has won by a British rider. So he, Adam being a British, and whether or not he will contest for the victory. And meanwhile, we're looking at the back of this is the guys who already been dropped. Yes. And they're on they just started the last 7.7K climb to the top of the Fraser Hill.
It's the aerial shot of where the intersection of that 7.7 kilometer, that last 7.7 kilometer, we can see it's quite a steep up here. It's quite a windy road, very narrow roads. Ahead of the race, we've got 5.3 kilometers. We are hoping to get a visual of this race. It's quite a challenge terrain to get a live coverage, but we were just seeing just now a rider from Two-Door Pro Cycling.
James, how do you find Malaysia and Le Tour de Langkawi so far?
Yeah, I'm finding it really nice. It's the first time for myself doing this race. The weather's finally on our side. We had a few wet days at the start, but we're enjoying our time here. And yeah, unfortunately we lost two teammates due to sickness. We've still got a strong team, so we'll see what we can achieve in the next few days.
Next few days, the most important of the next few days is today. What do you know about Fraser Hill, and how can you take advantage of this climb?
We have a good climber here, so we'll help him today, and then we'll shift our focus back to the sprints for stage 6 and 7, and then see what happens on the final stage.
Who do you call a good climber?
Roberto Gonzalez, our Panamese rider. He's certainly the strongest climber here. We also have Yuki Arashiro from Japan, which will be able to support him really well. And I'll be more looking after our sprinter today and saving his legs as much as possible for the next sprint.
Does Fraser Hill look hard on paper?
For someone who doesn't really enjoy climbing much, it looks hard. It's 28 kilometer climb. Possibly it'll be quite hot climbing up there. So yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how things work out.
Who do you think the favorites are?
Bardiani have a strong team, Tudor have a really strong team, Polti, Canfana, there's lots of guys, Tetima have a strong team, Unoix, everyone really has a really strong team. I think it'll be a big battle for the GC today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So big battle for the GC, and that's indeed happening right now on the road.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Two-Door Pro Cycling rider Ivaras really ramping up the pace and really break the peloton apart on that first few kilometers of the climb, leading out his climber, Yannis Vossois. From Tudor Pro Cycling. Here we got the visual. I believe this is this the front of the race, Danny? We don't know. Maybe maybe this is the back of the race.
Yeah, from the speed of the climb, I would think the guys on the front, they're still doing 20, 25k an hour, even up the steeper part. 20k an hour, 25. So they so it looked like those are the dropped guys that we saw that just made a turn earlier.
Yes, yeah, for sure. The general classification teams are definitely ramped up the pace and exploded the peloton into pieces at the moment. Yes, we still have riders coming up. We definitely still have riders coming up. We might have a visual of the remaining riders that are coming into this intersection to do the final 7.7 kilometer of climbing from Gap to Frasers. We definitely have some signal hiccup due to the location of Frasers Hill being blocked by the mountains and also thick jungle up here, unfortunately.
I'm wondering if we're going to see the leader, the race leader, Marucelli, if he's already gone through this this checkpoint, last 7.7k. And also Alban de Klein, whether or not, and Alexander Kristoff is this.
Matthias, you come from Denmark, the country of Jonas Vingegaard, Mats Pedersen. What is it like to race for a Malaysian team, and especially after 1 year racing for a Malaysian team, racing their race never won the Tour de Langkawi?
Yeah, it's super nice to be here in Langkawi. I think it's a bit special that the biggest race for the team is in the end of the season. And for sure it gives us a big motivation, maybe compared to some of the other teams who are here finishing their season, rounding it off in great weather. But for us it's really the biggest race of the year, so we have to perform.
What goal have they set for you?
Yeah, we need to be there and race for the overall podium, basically. So that's what we're going to do today. I think we have three really good riders to be able to race for something, and yeah, we'll play our cards and see how it goes.
You have started well with Vadim Pronsky, best Asian. It's also important for a Malaysian team. Does he look like in a good shape for winning this race? He's been on the podium before.
Yeah, I think we can do really well. I think maybe some people underestimate us. It's really nice that Vadim has a few bonus seconds already. All of us have tried to get in the break to get some, but that's easier said than done. So well done for Vadim, and let's hope that we can use it for something today.
It's unusual that Fraser Hill is the queen stage of the Tour de Langkawi. What has your staff told you about this climb?
I think actually for me it looks like a super nice climb. It's the last 5-6k are actually quite hard, and I'm really looking forward to that. It's also a bit a narrower road than you might normally see here in the Asian racing scene, and I think that's super nice as well. That makes for a bit more fight for position and stuff like this, and that's something I personally enjoy. And yeah.
How many cyclists do you imagine arriving together for the win?
I imagine between 3 and 4 guys arriving for the win, and then I imagine a larger group of say 10-20 riders behind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we got a visual of the finishing line here. This is the Frasers Hill. You can see some the hotels and chalets there. We have the iconic clock tower just by the finish line. It's going to be a drag race up here. It's pretty much the road will sort of like go in a little bit of descent, and you can have a little bit of a drag race towards the finishing line. So here we are yet to see any the front pack reaching here. So we're yet to see who is leading the race on this Frasers Hill, the last few kilometers of this race. Hopefully we can get a visual of them from this drone shot. It has been a challenging task for the riders. Here we are. Hopefully we get the visual of the front, Danny.
Yeah, this let's see if this is this is a gruppetto. You can see you can see the guys just they're double lane, and they're just riding up easy. And I think I get a glimpse of the Terengganu riders, the sprinter Raman, and just easy his way off. And obviously they're not in danger of finishing outside the time limit, so they just want to go as easy as possible to conserve their legs for tomorrow's sprint battle. Meanwhile, on the front, we can't get a visual, but I'm certain that the pace is at a blistering speed right now. And we just here again see Shahrul Mairamin going up. Finally got a probably mechanical thing sorted. But at the front, yeah, just earlier interview with Matthias of the Terengganu cycling team. Yeah, it's gonna be very narrow. It's gonna be it's gonna be steeper for sure. This is definitely steeper, as you've seen. They're not in the big chain ring. Well, most of them not in the big chain ring anymore. So at least, but it's undulating. It's explosive. Signby said it's going to be explosive, so I'm sure there's a lot of firework happening right now. We can only imagine, but I'm certain that it's the GC contender are really hitting each other like boxers punching after another punch.
Oh yes, for sure. Attacks coming off left, right, and center. I'm sure there'll be lots of attack that we are missing out, but we are here. We have a visual of the finishing line. The riders are yet to be here. Here's basically the drag race. If they come up in a small group, this is where they're going to battle it out for sprints and see who got the better of the other riders. So here he is, a visual of the infamous Fraser's Hill. Maybe you can go up here and play some golf as well.
Absolutely.
There's a Fraser's Hill golf course.
Yes, yes, it is nice. So, you know, the weather, and also fortunately the weather is also good because it often comes with fog. And here we go. Let's see if it's 300. We're looking at a 300 meter to the finish. So right now, these are all the riders on the back of the race. They're just trying to finish today's stage.
Yeah, just riding the last part of the climb. Yes, we got some car neutral service cars are already up here, finishing off the convoy. We did get a clear shot of the 300 meters to go. Let's see how many riders are gonna be and battling it out for the Queen stage of this year's PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi. Let's see, Danny, if we get a visual.
Yeah, well, look like the lead cars are pulling through, so we should be getting a visual pretty quickly. Looking at the time, we're looking at 2 hours and 58 minutes since the start of the race. So just do a quick math. That means the cutoff time for the rider to finish within the time cut will be about 35 minutes or so, 36 minutes approximately. I would presume the head of the group, ahead of the race, should be coming through the finishing line fairly quickly, and whoever can get through the last 200 meters, it will probably be a group of 5 or up to 10 riders, in my opinion. And if Aaron Gate is there, then certainly he's probably going to be the fastest among the finishers.
For sure, Danny. Like if you don't take sprinters to a finish line, because definitely they will out-sprint you. So Danny, we're getting pretty nervous because we don't have a visual. We don't have any sight of who is who and where they are at the moment. We don't know how far are they. Are they 1 kilometer away or are they 500 meters away? Obviously, the camera here we are seeing on live feed is at 200 meters to go. And let's see what is going to happen, who is in the lead and how many people are in the bunch. So we don't know. We got a few,
Is it going to be Johannesson of the Uno X? Because he certainly come here with ambition, and he can help certainly help his team save this year's race because they haven't won a stage. They got close. We see Total Energy. Oh, look like Total Energy rider.
Let's see, in front there, Total Energy's rider. We don't know who is this particular rider. Total Energy's rider, is it Joris Delbov? He is the first rider coming off the stage. He is going for the win. Looks like another rider from Badiani, a big group from there. This is rider number 41. It is Joris Delbov. He is going for the Queen stage, but he needs to be quick. There's a fast, small group sprinting at the back there. Aaron Gate just in front there. Let's see if he can caught. Giannis is there as well, Anders Harlan, but it is Joris Delbov. Early salute, second place Anders Harlan, and third place is Giannis Vossois from Tudor Pro Cycling. Oh wow, it is Joris Delbov.
There you go.
Unprecedented.
And French from Total Energy, he was soloed, he broke away from the rest. We were expecting a group sprint finish, but he obviously has the best climbing leg. He was able to break away from the rest and won the race solo. Won the stage solo.
Wow. Joris Delbove. Wow, what an attack, a solo win, early salute. What a day for Total Energies after multiple disappointment in the sprints. Joris Delbove definitely managed to pull it off for Total Energies in the Queen stage. So what a Tour de France has it been for Total Energies?
Yeah, and Nicola obviously did a great job by getting the breakaway. He was the most active driving the break. Obviously he had a confidence in his race leader, and then certainly paid off for the hard work.
Oh yes, for sure. What a day for Total Energies. Obviously we were expecting the favorites would be among the XS Astana. Obviously that was the case. Here he is. We see another group behind here fighting it out.
For the I think this will be the white jersey. We see Vadim Pronsky.
Oh no, Vadim Pronsky looks like Tanakancha Sombat is just in front of Vadim Pronsky here.
Yeah, but I think I see Sayambaya in the first group, together with the winner of today's stage. Well, it was a chasing group, in the chasing of Aaron Gay group. So I think Sayambaya should get the best Asian classification, and possibly KOM points. I think he was.
For sure.
You need to finish. Top 6, right? The only number 6 will get 1 point.
Yeah.
Because I don't see the Bubbles KOM jersey in that group.
Yes, for sure.
So possibly, though, we have to wait and see what's happening. Here's a Panamanian champion. Here's
from Fantini.
Yeah. This is the Finnish.
Which is Gonzalez.
Gonzalez, right? So these are the riders in the second and third group just across the line. But there's undoubtedly the winner of this stage.
Yeah.
And the honor goes to Total Energy.
For sure. Now, the real question would be who will be wearing the Petronas green jersey, considering Aaron Gate is second.
I think Aaron Gate didn't get a second. I think he was taken. It was Tudor and a Tudor rider was second. So I think Aaron Gate got fourth, if I'm not mistaken. So George DeBall should take the overall leader jersey. Here's a replay. 41. Here's a interview.
Joris Delbove, winner of Fraser Hill, will do the interview in French. Did you expect to win here? Est-ce que tu t'attendais à cette victoire?
Bah oui et non, on était venu pour gagner le général et surtout cette étape. Donc on était ambitieux, mais après on restait quand même lucide, parce qu'il y avait quand même un très beau plateau. Donc c'était l'objectif, mais de la réaliser, je savais que ça allait être compliqué. Et puis bah j'ai quand même réussi, donc je suis super content. Et puis bah maintenant il n'y a plus qu'à, je sais pas si je prends le maillot ou pas, mais maintenant on va essayer d'aller chercher la meilleure place possible jusqu'à la fin, quoi.
This was the goal, to win this stage and win the GC, but to make it was another story. It was a very hard race. I'm super happy to have made it. I don't know if I'm taking the leader's jersey as well, but hopefully yes. Can you tell us more about the finale, when you produced your effort and how you made it? Peux-tu nous raconter comment tu as produit ton effort et comment tu as réussi à gagner cette étape?
Bah, je suis resté en bonne position quand on a tourné à droite sur la petite route. Pas trop devant parce qu'on monte quand même vite, donc fallait rester quand même au milieu du paquet, on va dire, pour pas prendre trop de vent. Et on a commencé à s'attaquer à 5 km de l'arrivée et je sentais que tout le monde était un peu à bout à 3 km. Donc j'étais dans la route de Johannessen et Voissard et puis j'ai décidé d'y aller. Je me suis dit il reste 1 km dur et après c'est plus roulant, donc j'ai tout mis et puis bah, j'ai vu que j'avais fait le trou, donc j'ai monté à fond jusqu'à l'arrivée, quoi.
With 8 kilometers to go, I was well positioned, and then with 5k to go, I was well in the wheel of Johannessen and Voissard, the two favorites. When I realized there was a way to attack, I did it before it was flattening, and then I gave it all to finish it off. What does this victory mean for you? Qu'est-ce que représente cette victoire pour toi?
Bah, c'est un accomplissement, on va dire, tout le travail que j'ai pu faire avant et surtout maintenant avec ma nouvelle équipe. Donc ils m'ont donné la confiance depuis le mois de juillet. J'ai fait ce que j'ai pu pour faire les meilleurs résultats possibles. Là, ils m'ont donné, on va dire, entre guillemets, ma chance pour faire le général et gagner cette étape. Donc je suis content de leur montrer qu'ils peuvent compter sur moi. Et puis, voilà, c'est un accomplissement. J'avais gagné au Rwanda. C'était une classe 1. C'était une très belle victoire, mais je voulais remporter soit une belle victoire en France ou alors une pro série à l'étranger. Donc c'est réussi. Donc mon année est plus que réussie.
This is a big achievement for me and for my team. My team has been trusting me a lot since July. This is a new team for me. I had won a race in Rwanda before, which was a Cat 1 race. My goal was to win either a big race in France or a Pro Series race abroad, and this is Pro Series race here in Malaysia. So I'm super happy with what I've achieved, and I can repay my team back for their trust. Merci Joris et bon podium.
Merci.
There you go, the interview with today's winner, Joris Debo from Total Energy. Of their rider had sickness, so couldn't start, but then their goal was shifted to obviously from sprinting stages to obviously to win the overall, and he sounds like he just joined the team not too long ago, and then he hasn't won a stage in Rwanda, and I think and then so he just now he's not sure whether or not he leads the overall, but based on our calculation, yes, he does lead the overall because he crossed the finish line. He has a 10-second time bonus, and he also had a bit of gap to the chasing guy, so he had at least 2 seconds. So from our calculation, and it looked like from the result, the replay, the video, Aaron Gate finished 4th. That he doesn't get any time bonus. So Aaron Gate was already started the day 10 seconds ahead. But here's the replay of the finish. He has daylight.
Oh yes, for sure.
It
was proper.
Yeah, he can. He has daylight from the rest. He attacked. He attacked on the steepest part while Johannesson, the favored, was looking at each other. So he attacked on the steepest part before the flat run down to the finish line. So. There you go.
That's a fair gap. Easily 100 meters, I suppose.
100 meters, so he's done very well. He shouldn't ease off. He should just kept going because he wanted to build up a little bit more gap to the finish.
Get off the saddle and sprint, right?
Exactly.
That's 100 meters to go.
But it was no question that nobody was going to catch him. Let's look at behind who is going to be the next person across the finishing line.
So, Aaron Gate is there. Giannis is there. Johannesson is there as well. Let's see who got second. Right.
It looked like
maybe, I don't know, maybe Aaron Gate or
Tudor. Here goes Johannesson and the Tudor.
Fourth.
I think that's a Nicholas. That's a Nicholas
Vinokurov.
Nicholas Vinokurov got 4th.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's that he should take the leader jersey right there. And 2 Unibet Rocket rider just following, and so the second is the one of the race favorite, Johannesson from Uno X Mobility, and the Tudor rider Giannis Voska.
Nikola, Vinokurov, There's the final results of today's stages. Joris Delbov got the better of the other riders today. He timed it well. Obviously, there was a bunch of small group of riders. He attacked before the roads flattened off and got the better of everyone else.
And three Norwegian rider in the top 10.
That's right. There you go. So tomorrow, he'll be riding the Petronas green jersey.
He's leading by 6 seconds. And ahead of Uno X, Johannesson, and Adrian Mayer.
Oh, it's good. A good day for Unibet Rockets. Now, Adrian Mayer is now on the top 3 classification. Not bad for a first-timer.
Yeah, excellent. Well done. So the Frenchman is leading the Tour de Langkawi. And look like his 6-second gap should be enough, although they are intermediate sprints. So obviously it will be good to see. Looking forward to see how Total Energy going to defend that jersey with 3 stages to go.
Yes, of course. And then also 6 seconds is not a lot. They either need to do potentially send riders up the breakaway to take all the points or time bonuses. You know, obviously Anders Harlan. Anders Harlan and also Anders Harlan and also Adrian Mayer need to do something about the intermediate sprints as well. So either, you know, Adrian Mayer, of course we know, have been at the breakaway in stage 1. But yeah, so it'd be interesting to see. Maybe these 3 riders would send some of the riders in the breakaway to take points away from one another.
There we go. Yeah, here's the Asian classification. Nicholas Vinokurov across the finish line 4th. So he should take the lead ahead of Sam Bayer.
Sam Bayer was 2nd.
Yeah.
There he is.
Here comes another interview.
Anders, congratulations for this great race. You wanted to race at the front. You did it, but 2nd.
Yeah. The Total guy, he attacked in the right moment and had good and strong legs, so he held off the chasing Peloton. So in the end, I think it was 2nd for me. So I'm a bit disappointed. I think we had the legs and the team to win, but a bit of bad luck with my teammate Simon, who crashed. So in the end, Total was strongest and they took a deserved win.
Were you surprised by this attack by the Frenchman, Joris Delvaux from Total Energy?
No, we're not surprised by the attack. We knew they were strong. But of course, I tried to follow a lot of attacks, but you have to let someone go in the end. And he had strong legs, so he could hold us off. But for sure, when you win the sprint a couple of seconds behind, you feel like you could have won the race, but the race is not over.
Do you think it will be possible to gain those few seconds? Time bonus will be important again in the last 3 days?
Yeah, for sure. For sure, we want to go for the bonus sprints. It's a big goal to win this race, GC, and it's 3 stages to go, so we are ready to fight.
Lycka till.
Thank you.
So yeah, that was Anders Johannesson. Definitely a disappointing one for him. He was definitely aiming for a stage win, but unfortunately he got 2nd with 2 seconds time gap. And now Joris Delvaux got the better of him with that attack. He didn't manage to close down close enough. But tomorrow is another day, another 3 stages to go to plan out how they're going to...
Seorang pun daripada anda yang menyangkakan keputusannya akan berakhir begini. Kerana tidak ada seorang pun pelumba Astana yang berada di top 3 kecuali Vinokurov. Iaitu, kita tengok nama dia, Nicholas Vinokurov menamatkan kedudukan tempat yang keempat. Di manakah Aaron Gate, di manakah Matthew Maluselli, Maluselli rehatlah of course. Di manakah Evic Declan, memang tak ada. Tetapi yang memenangi perlumbaan pada hari ini adalah seorang pelumba yang tidak pernah naik ke podium sejak daripada peringkat yang pertama sampailah ke peringkat yang keempat. Dia tiada dalam senarai itu, top 5 pun, tapi hari ini melakukan solo finishing. Pelumba daripada Total Energies, Joris Delvaux. Seorang pelumba yang saya kira juga mempunyai rekod yang baik dalam perlumbaan jelajah ini. Dia baru saja berusia 25 tahun. Itulah dia. Kalau tidak dapat lihat tadi bagaimana ada juga pelumba-pelumba yang cuba untuk mengejar kedudukan beliau, tapi nampaknya bukit memang menjadi penghalang. Kalau tengok kepada statistik yang saya perolehi daripada Pro Cycling Stats ini, dia pakar pendakian dan juga seorang yang pakar. Setiap kali laluan berbukit, dia antara pelumba yang akan berada di hadapan. Okey. Adik Usaini Osman yang tadi melintas depan kamera. Nak kena gerenda awak ni. Okey. Semua orang semua orang kalau ambil exam, semua fail. Kalau kita lah, ambil exam, fail. Tak ada seorang pun yang kita sebut, Renggit hilang, top 10, tak ada nama dia. Nikola Vinokurov saja wakil Astana. Okey. Apa cerita ni, Dek?
Of course, kalau kita lihat daripada awal perlombaan tadi, temu bual antara Jeff Cornett dan juga Renggit yang menyatakan hanya beliau dan juga Nico Vinokurov sahaja yang akan membuat ataupun memberi saingan di saat-saat akhir di puncak Fraser Hill. Dan ya, sudah pasti Zat, Akbar, kalau kita lihat kat sini, harus diberi pujian kepada pelumba daripada pasukan Total Energy ini, menerusi Joris Delboff. Joris Delboff merupakan karier yang kedua oleh beliau untuk memenangi peringkat di perlombaan
selepas Tour Rwanda,
perlombaan Pro Series ni. Dan kita boleh lihat ketika ini Nicholas Vinokurov yang membuat pecutan di saat-saat akhir, tetapi beliau dilintas oleh Helen dan juga pelumba daripada pasukan Tudor di tempat yang ketiga, iaitu Yanis Voisat. Dan di sinilah kita akan lihat sudah pasti Tuan Akbar, 3 jersey utama hari ini memang saya rasa sudah akan menjadi pertukaran jersey. Bukan 3, 2 saja. Jersey utama bertukar tangan kepada pelumba lain.
Kemenangan pelumba itu tadi, pelumba pasukan Total Energies Joris Delboff itu sebenarnya telah mengubah peta keseluruhan untuk kedudukan pendahulu ataupun GC. Apabila kalau kita tengok ini yang mungkin tadi kita dah pun keluarkan sebenarnya senarai pelumba-pelumba yang menduduki ataupun yang berada dalam kedudukan top 10 selepas tamat peringkat yang kelima. Kalau kita dapat lihat bagaimana kedudukan pertama, kedua, ketiga, keempat bertukar tangan terus. Dia jadi macam siapa ni? Mana LTdL Klein, mana Renggit, mana Malucelli. Jadi nampaknya hari ini Bukit Fraser yang walaupun ketinggiannya kurang 300-400 meter berbanding Genting Highland, tapi dapat mengubah yang mungkin tak dijangka sebenarnya. Adik sendiri jangka keputusan ini akan berlaku?
Baik, sudah pasti perlombaan hari ini memang akan orang cakap kelebihan diberi kepada pelumba-pelumba GC dan juga pelumba-pelumba pendaki berbanding pelumba-pelumba pecut seperti Matteo Malucelli. Kalau dilihat tadi, Matteo Malucelli kilometer ke-26 sebelum finishing dia sudah drop daripada Peloton. Dah dia pun dah orang cakap take it easy, dia cuma survive untuk habiskan perlombaan saja. Sama juga LTdL Klein serta pelumba-pelumba tempatan kita, raja-raja pecut pelumba tempatan kita, antaranya Haris Saleh, Acik dan juga Izzat Helmi. Jadi apa yang menariknya Akbar, untuk baki 3 lagi peringkat ni, kebiasaannya Akbar, leader jersey hijau tajaan Petronas, kebiasaannya edisi lepas dia punya time gap tu jauh.
Okey.
Tapi kali ni dekat. Untuk edisi kali ni memang kalau kita boleh lihat sini memang sengit. Cuma perbezaan 6 saat saja antara Andreas Helen dan juga Andre Mere berkongsi time bonus yang sama 6 saat saja kepada Joris. Jadi saya rasa di sinilah kita akan lihat nanti Akbar di setiap zon pecutan untuk baki 3 peringkat lagi nanti akan direbut oleh kesemua pelumba-pelumba yang berada di kedudukan top 10 yang terbaik ini, kerana di situ akan membantu mereka untuk berada di kedudukan yang teratas dan terus memberi saingan untuk merampas jersey utama tajaan Petronas, iaitu yang disarung oleh pelumba daripada pasukan Total Energy, iaitu Joris Delboff.
Okey, baik. Saya sampai sekarang masih memikirkan betapa sukarnya pendakian Bukit Fraser ini mengakibatkan ramai pelumba-pelumba yang bahasa mudahnya pancit. Nur Aiman Rusli sendiri pun kita dapat lihat bagaimana sebenarnya dia juga berusaha sebenarnya sehingga berjaya memenangi kom yang pertama tadi. Tapi untuk baki lebih kurang dalam 10 ataupun 15 km yang terakhir, dia terpaksa memperlahankan kayuhan kerana kepenatan, saya rasa. Sebab dia berusaha untuk mengejar 3 zon penjutan yang ditawarkan oleh. Okey, baik. Pelumba daripada Tudor yang berjaya menamatkan tempat yang ketiga ini. Kita nak dengarkan dulu komen dan juga pandangan beliau mengenai perlumbaan pada hari ini.
And that was a good pick because you are third. Are you satisfied with this result?
Yeah, for sure. With the team, we raced well all the day. I really would like to thank all my teammates that did a great job. I think we took our responsibility from the beginning of the climb to try to go all in for the win. Unfortunately, it was not enough today, but pretty happy with the result of today.
Can you tell us more of what happened in the race, in the last hill with 5k to go, 3k to go?
Yeah, it was hard to know exactly how hard the climb will be, and I was pretty surprised that it was not really steep. So it was really hard to make the decision. Also with Johansson, we tried to make the race hard, but in the wheel you have a lot of slipstream, so it was pretty hard to drop and to make the selection. And chapeau to the total guys that find a good moment to attack. And yeah, it was only stop and go, always some attacks, so it was not an easy final for sure.
Did you expect him to do that?
Yeah, for sure. Because I think here there is a lot of strong climbers, so the level was really high and it was a lot of attacks all the way.
Is the race over, or is there still room for more attacks, changes, time bonus?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Is the race over? Is the GC finished, or something could change?
No, for sure not. There is 3 other stages to Kuala Lumpur, so we will try to do our best to try to win some second.
Okey, baik. Sekarang ini kita nak bincangkan pula mengenai 3 zon penjutan yang ditawarkan hari ini dalam perlumbaan yang bermula dari Temerloh sampai ke Bukit Fraser. Untuk zon penjutan yang pertama di Mentakap. Betul di Mentakap. Kita dapat lihat bagaimana Zeb Kifin telah ni pun nama yang sebenarnya siapa Zeb Kifin ni kan. Untuk pasal kita hanya menumpukan kepada pelumba yang dah biasa. Berada kita mungkin kita agak Renggit mungkin akan berada di situ. Aiman Rosli untuk first zone penjutan ni tak ada. Oh, siapa Willy tu? Okey, baik, silakan.
Alright, pasukan daripada Unibet itu Zeb Kifin yang terlebih dahulu melepasi zon penjutan pertama hari ini di Mentakap, dan sudah pasti beliau berjaya mencuri 3 extra time bonus, dan kita boleh lihat di situ teammate kepada Joris Diabov iaitu Nicola daripada pasukan Total Energy di tempat kedua, dan di tempat ketiga Kim Net Wiotesh yang sebelum ini kita lihat dia juga berjaya mencuri 1 mata dan juga 1 extra time bonus untuk beliau. Dan selepas itu kita lihat Aiman Rosli pandai untuk mengatur perlombaan ini, dan dia terus membuat pecutan diikuti oleh Votek dan juga Nicholas. Dan di sini kita boleh lihat Aiman Rosli terlebih dahulu menangi zon pecutan yang pertama ini, diikuti oleh Nicholas dan juga Votek di tempat ketiga daripada pasukan Burgos. Dan Aiman Rosli pandai untuk memberi saingan kepada pelumba-pelumba Eropah ini. Dia terus mengungguli dan cuba untuk sedaya upaya beliau untuk cuba untuk melepasi dahulu di zon pecutan yang kedua. Dan selepas itu kita boleh lihat di sini Aiman Rosli tempat pertama, Nikolai di tempat kedua dan juga Votek di tempat ketiga. Jadi mereka menuju ke zon pecutan yang ketiga hari ini untuk peringkat yang kelima. Dan sekali lagi pelumba daripada pasukan Unibet iaitu Fab yang sekali lagi cuba untuk memenangi zon pecutan di peringkat yang kelima ini, dan diikuti oleh pelumba daripada Total Energy Nikolai di tempat yang kedua, manakala pelumba kebangsaan kita Yusti Sehari berjaya menduduki tempat yang ketiga untuk zon pecutan yang ketiga hari ini.
Okey, itu ceritanya di 3 zon pecutan yang ditawarkan pada hari ini dengan menyaksikan ada 2 pelumba Malaysia yang berjaya mendapatkan mata Aiman Rosli. Okey, baik. Disebut nama Aiman Rosli ni, semalam dia menang kom dekat dah nak sampai ke ke Kemangan. Sebab bukit pun tak tinggi, tapi hari ini untuk kom 1 menghampiri Bukit Fraser ni, Aiman Rosli tetap unggul dengan kayuhan bertenaga menawan zon pendakian yang pertama.
Ya, betul. Kita lihat Aiman Rosli dia pandai menyusun strategi beliau apabila dia terlebih dahulu keluar untuk membuat membuat pecutan di Kom 1 hari ini, kategori 3 dipertandingkan, dan sudah pasti itu membantu sedikit kedudukan beliau di dalam kedudukan jersey bukit, jersey pendaki terbaik, iaitu jersey putih tajaan Babu O2. Dan di sini kita boleh lihat 500 meter yang terakhir ini, Aiman dia seperti orang cakap simpan tenaga beliau, dan kita boleh lihat di last 150 meter yang terakhir ini Aiman membuat pecutan dan terus melepasi zon pendakian pertama hari ini yang ditawarkan adalah kategori 3. Dan di situlah kita akan lihat Aiman dia berjaya mencuri 3 mata di zon pendakian yang pertama hari ini, dan kita boleh lihat di sini diikuti oleh pelumba daripada pasukan Filipina, pelumba daripada front yang mewakili pasukan Filipina, dan kita boleh lihat nombor 3 pelumba daripada pasukan Uniback,
itu pasukan 7-Eleven tadi.
Ya,
okey, baik. 3 mata Aiman daripada zon pecutan dan 3 mata daripada zon pendakian yang diperolehi hari ini, termasuk ada 3 mata semalam zon pendakian. Okey, bagaimana mata-mata zon pendakian ini membantu Aiman?
Baik, untuk Aiman memakai jersey polka dot untuk baki 3 perlombaan lagi mungkin agak sukar, Akbar, kerana besok tiada zon pendakian yang ditawarkan. Cuma ada zon
3 zon
pecutan saja. Jadi mungkin sukar untuk Aiman jika dia breakaway pun, dia buat pemecahan awal pun kemungkinan besar sukar untuk Aiman menggugat kedudukan Eddie Patrick dan juga Jamal Sambaya yang sekarang ni masing-masing mengumpul 15 mata. Tetapi harus diingat, Akbar, Aiman datang ke sini, misi dia adalah untuk memenangi peringkat. Jadi saya rasa kemungkinan besar situasi seperti ini berlaku, saya rasa kemungkinan besar besok 3 peringkat yang akan datang ni kemungkinan besar akan ada kelompok pecahan yang akan berlaku dan akan sampai di garisan penamat nanti berbanding sebelum ini, Akbar.
Okey, baik. Esok pun sebenarnya beza pun tak banyak dengan jarak hari ini. Hari ini 123.1, besok 123.5.
Ya, betul.
Okey. Untuk Yoris Delbov ni, Aiman ni adik rasa boleh tak macam mana dia nak mempertahankan kedudukannya selaku pemegang jersey hijau Petronas pendahulu setakat ini? Apakah besok akan dicabar? Okey, tapi sebelum itu kita okey, baik, tak apa, tak sempat kita nak berbincang dahulu kerana kita nak ke Bukit Fraser untuk upacara penyampaian hadiah bersama dengan Izzuan Muhammad Noor.
Climber bill. Yeah.
There you go.
So that is Yanis Voisla from Trudeau Pro Cycling. Finally, someone else from Trudeau on the podium.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Obviously, different kind of stage.
Yeah. Alvin declined today, just resting his legs, but unfortunately, his teammate and also able to get on the podium.
Yes. The second place. There it is. Johannesson. Anders Johannesson from Uno X Mobility. Second place today, obviously. He was eyeing for the stage. And then obviously when you come in with a small group, attacks is inevitable. And obviously, Joris Delbov, the winner of today's stage, got the better of the other riders.
There is no question who is the winner of today's stage.
There it is, Joris Delbov. Yeah, from Total Energies. All right.
Surprised his rivals by jumping before the flatter part of the course. So obviously he did his homework.
Yeah.
Even though he probably never rode the course before, he did his homework. He knew it was going to be a flat stretch, and he went on an attack and take the stage honor. Great to see. And that's your top 3 finisher of today's stage 5. Fraser Hill finish. Joris Delbov.
Yep, Anderson Johnson and Yannis Vossa.
I think it comes down to the fight for the intermediate sprints. I think Johannesson probably has the best kick.
Oh yes, if it ever comes down to that, you know, Maxwell had that last year. He went into the break to extend his lead. Yeah, so that put a bit of a pressure to the other GC contention. Yeah, he played it smart, he played it well. It's a bit some awkwardness in the so on the podium at the moment.
Well, they haven't got a chance to practice their podium.
Oh yeah, they never.
So on the sprinters, so they obviously been on the stage many times. So for them, it's the first time.
That's
this year's race. Not first time in their career, but first time in this year's race.
That's right. That's
for
right.
Makawi. So most combative rider, I think that should go to
maybe Ayman Rosli again.
I don't know. I think that would be the teammate, Nicola or Zeb. Zeb Griffin.
Okay, yeah, you have a point. Probably.
Let's see.
There it is. Zeb Kiffin. There you go. Another most combative for the Unibet Rockets. There you go.
Another 200 euro.
Another most combative award. Now they got 3 trophies they got to bring home.
Yeah, I know.
Good problem to have.
It's luggage space is running out. They're gonna have to leave one of their bikes, Cannondale bikes, here for you.
Yeah, leave the smallest one. Probably still too big for me.
Yeah, you're gonna leave one of bike for you too, so he can fit in the trophy.
Oh yeah, that's true. All right, get yourself comfortable on the podium. Zeb Kiffin from Unibet Temerloh Rockets, a French team. A nice one. Well played.
And next is the best Asian, ASEAN finisher.
ASEAN, for
so
sure.
That should be the Frankie.
Maybe,
from Thailand.
That's right. Finally. The next best ASEAN, Southeast Asia.
Yeah, that's the first time they're on the podium this year's race. And certainly done well. I mean, he wasn't far off. Danakan.
There it is.
Danakan Frankie, a.k.a. Frankie.
There it is.
There you go. I think, there you go, Sawadee Krap.
Yeah. Now, I like how Thai people, they really stay true to their culture.
Absolutely.
You know, this is how they I guess, greet people, and it's just, they carry that wherever they go. He's super happy, super stoked with that award, you know, and that's going to go up on his Instagram afterwards.
Yeah,
for sure, mate. Yeah.
I'm sure Fuchung Sawutu will be very proud and very happy to see a Thai rider.
Yeah, Frankie. Nice one.
Okay, don't move, stay there.
Yeah,
he knows. He knows.
Yeah.
Yeah, he certainly have been active in the earlier stages. He was in the breakaway, so he certainly had the intention to get on the podium.
Yeah, he's wearing the aero cuff.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, he's the one with the aero shoe cover and the helmet cover. So he's certainly done his homework. And I like it. And I should have moved him up probably like top 20 in the general classification with this.
That's pretty good.
With excellent result.
That is pretty good
today. And this should be the presentation for
the best Asian.
Best Asian, the white
Asian,
jersey.
yep. None other than Nicholas Vinokurov.
Right, so one Kazakh pass over the jersey to the other Kazakh.
Yeah. Probably Vadim Brunsky wouldn't mind.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, you know, Vadim, it's considered the older Kazakh rider, so now he's passing the next generation of Kazakh rider.
That it is,
And
yeah.
I'm sure his father, Alexander Vinokurov, will be very happy and proud. Oh, but I think Alexander Vinokurov probably want Nicholas to win the stage, but it was close. It was close.
Yeah,
you know,
very
it was,
close.
and certainly it's a big step for him because, you know, I mean, as a young rider, you know, some rider, not everyone at Tadej Pogačar, there's only one out there, and there's only one Remco.
Yeah.
So for some riders, it takes a little bit, you know, a few years to get matured. I mean, Vinegar wasn't a young sprint chicken. And then it took a couple years, and he was working in the fish factory, and
That's right.
you know, worked the dog shift, that we call it. Before he got his break and start winning the races. So, you know, and it doesn't mean that, you know, if you're 21, it doesn't mean that you have to start winning races just yet. So
for sure.
It's okay. I will certainly see him improving, and he done the Valda, his first Grand Tour, and I'm sure we'll see more of him to come.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, for example, you even have, like, for example, sorry, I'm blanking his name, but Jay Vine. Yeah, Jay Vine was a late bloomer as well.
Yeah.
He missed the under-23 opportunities. He started racing road quite late, so now he's King of the Mountain winner in Volta.
Yeah. Once he learned how to handle a bike, not to crash too often, he's able to put out his 400 watts on the climb and drop everybody. And certainly, he has matured and successful, very successful, integral part of the UAE team.
Yeah. Here it is, Bubbles 02, King of the Mountain jersey, still on the shoulders of Patrick Eddy from Team Picnic Post NL.
Yeah, he's
not a climber, but on the King of the Mountain jersey.
Yeah.
He doesn't claim himself to be a climber, but you're a climber now, mate. You're a climber now today in Langkawi.
Yeah, now you're gonna have to fight for to defend it because there are still a couple climbs left.
Yes, definitely. We don't have it.
Not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow. Maybe not even on.
Not stage 7.
Not even
but
7.
Stage 8.
Stage 8. There are
there are 3 climbs left.
It's not a flat stage though, and in stage 8 you got some. I think the local people would know. You have the Bukit Hantu and Bukit Ampar.
Oh yeah.
But they're gonna zoom past there. You know, averaging 31 km an hour.
Exactly. So
something super fast.
By no means is done. So we know that you have the overall leader jersey. That no means that's a close case.
Yeah.
You can't put a nail in the coffin just yet.
No, definitely not.
It's not done. And the cow hasn't come home, the fat lady hasn't sung.
Yes.
So you need to wait to see the finish. And I hope the fans out there on Sunday, please come out to KLCC, and if you want to avoid the traffic, just take the public transport. And there's a station right finish at KLCC. You can come out and watch the exciting finish, and we will find out only then who is going to be the final winners of these jerseys.
Yeah, it's going to be on Sunday as well, so it's a weekend, so you can make your time there.
Bring your family.
Yeah, bring your family as well. You know, once the stage is finished, you can probably take your family
to the KLCC park.
Yeah, to the KLCC park.
To go eat, have a nice nasi lemak at the KLCC and enjoy the race and enjoy the Sunday.
Yeah, or nasi kanda at Pelita. It's not far from there as well, walking distance.
And here's the orange jersey. Now finally,
he gets to wear orange tomorrow.
Marichelli was probably thinking like, finally I get to wear orange. I really wanted the orange. I didn't want the green.
Yeah, I've already worn green the whole year.
Yeah, exactly. So it's time for a change, and it's definitely going to be easier to spot him on the sprint.
Yeah, for sure.
And probably his rival will be saying, "Oh, now it's easy. Now we know where you are now." It's such an outstanding, bright orange color, sponsored by KBS, the Malaysian Sports Council.
Yeah.
And so that's certainly nice to see him back in the orange color.
Yeah, the organizer of the race for sure. The Ministry of Youth and Sports. The organizer of the race last year, this year as well. They put on a good show. They really take this ownership of being a pride of the nation. Temerloh Langkawi, that is.
Go Malu.
Go Malu.
There you go.
Yeah, speaking of team sponsored by state or town, Astana is definitely one of those as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a capital of Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan, yeah. And certainly have done a great job of bringing up the Kazakh riders. And now they have a new sponsor. Well, they have added a sponsor. Wondering, going to see some Chinese rider come up the rank. It will be a tall task. They need to do a lot of development. They're still quite a way off. As you see, Hong Kong, we do see Hong Kong rider here, but they're not quite up to this standard just yet.
Yeah, there it is. The new race leader of Petronas green jersey for the general classification. There
and
it
here's
is.
the, I think those are the heads of the Petronas.
Yeah, very much
corporation.
appreciated to Petronas being the title sponsor. There it is, Joris Delbov.
So there you go, Total Energy.
I was gonna say, you got ahead of me. You got ahead of me.
We did joke about this earlier in the earlier stages. Here we go. Now they heard our comments. Obviously they've been watching, and here we go. And the Petronas jersey on the Total Energies rider.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So he has the option to pump up his gas at Petronas or Total Energy.
Yeah.
So back in France, he's going to Total Energy, and come to Malaysia, Petronas. That's where you need to go.
That's it.
Because you're not going to find a Total Energy gas station in Malaysia.
Yeah. There it is. Your new race leader, Joris Delbov. From Total Energies, the flying Frenchman today.
He certainly sent a flyer in the end to stay ahead of the
we were
chasing.
surprised. Like he was up, he was already on the live feed for quite some time, and we're yet to see the bunch at the back. But yeah, he did definitely put a significant gap.
Well done. And he is the new leader of the 2025 Petronas Tour de Langkawi. But it's only stage 5. I know it's so exciting up to now, but it's only stage 5. There's still 3 more exciting stages to come.
Oh yes, definitely a motivation booster for Team Total Energies after multiple attempts in the last 3 stages to be in the bunch sprint, but with no significant results. And finally, Joris Delbo managed to pull it off, made the team proud in this year's edition of Petronas to the Langkawi.
But he's leading only by 6 seconds.
That's the issue.
It's not a big gap.
And we've still got 3 stages to go, Danny.
3 stages to go, and you know, each intermediate sprint has 3-second bonuses. So his competitor only has to, Johannesson just have to take.
Okey, baik, tamatlah sudah acara penyampaian hadiah kepada pemenang-pemenang untuk peringkat yang kelima perlombaan Petronas Tour de Langkawi 2025. Satu kejutan yang saya kira tidak ada siapa pun yang menduga akan ada pelumba baru yang akan memakai jersey hijau Petronas selaku pendahulu keseluruhan. Apabila kali ini kita dapat melihat kehebatan pelumba daripada Total Energies yang memenangi jersey hijau. Okey. Anda puas hati? Alik Usaini?
Ya.
Ke memang upset sikit untuk hari ini?
Ya. Kalau ikutkan sedikit upset. Saya sudah pasti saya mahu pelumba-pelumba tempatan kita berada di kedudukan top 20 terbaik. Dan terus dalam masa sama memberi saingan untuk merebut jersey Asia, jersey terbaik Asia. Tetapi malang kita lihat hari ini antaranya pendaki-pendaki seperti Zawawi Azman dan juga Ikmal Zarawi tidak berjaya berada di kedudukan top 20 yang terbaik. Tapi baki 3 peringkat lagi, kita harap pelumba-pelumba tempatan kita yang lain. Mungkin zon pendakian sudah tamat untuk ketika ini. Jadi 3 baki peringkat lagi, kita harap pelumba-pelumba tempatan kita mampu memberi saingan kepada pelumba-pelumba Eropah ini.
Okey, itu cerita mengenai keputusan keseluruhan hari ini. Baik, kita nak cerita pemegang jersey yang pemilik baru untuk jersey. Dan kita mulakan dengan pemilik baru untuk jersey pelumba terbaik ASEAN ataupun Asia Tenggara yang berjaya diraih oleh Tanakan Cahaya Sombat daripada Thailand ini. Jadi nampaknya sudah ada pencabar untuk pelumba-pelumba Malaysia untuk JC ASEAN ini?
Ya, sudah pasti. Tanakat Sobayat memang tidak asing lagi daripada hari pertama lagi. Kita lihat peringkat kedua Tanakat Sobayat berjaya berada di kelompok hadapan dan hari ini peringkat yang kelima Tanakat Sobayat merupakan pelumba terbaik ASEAN Tenggara yang terus mengungguli di tempat yang pertama. Jadi tahniah untuk pasukan Thailand Continental Team ni. Ini merupakan orang cakap untuk pelumba ASEAN Tenggara ni, dialah orang cakap salah seorang bukan daripada Malaysia. Kalau ikutkan daripada hari pertama sampai hari keempat, peringkat keempat
Malaysia.
Orang Malaysia. Hari ini Thailand Kuntai Kuntai medai.
Okey, Kuntai medai. Dan kita nak beralih daripada JC Asia Tenggara, kita nak beralih pula kepada pemilik baru bagi JC rakan muda, JC Putih, iaitu terbaik Asia. Bukan lagi jadi pemilik untuk pelumba Malaysia ataupun pasukan Malaysia, kerana 2 hari yang pertama ia jadi milik Aiman Rosli dan kemudiannya rakan senegara beliau. Okey, ini cerita itu tadi video Raja Bukit kita. Dan kemudiannya rakan beliau daripada pasukan TSZ, Vadim Pronsky, berjaya merampas JC Putih itu selepas tamat perlombaan daripada Kuala Terengganu ke Maman.
Baik.
Dan kemudian hari ini World Team menang ni. World Team menang. Pelumba Astana iaitu Nikolai Vinokurov.
Ya, betul Akbar, seperti yang saya katakan tadi, kita mahu pelumba-pelumba tempatan kita mungkin mampu memberi saingan. Saya ingat pada edisi 2016 saya memenangi jersey terbaik Asia ini. Terbaik Asia ini bukan mudah Akbar, kerana kita harus menyaingi pelumba-pelumba daripada Kazakhstan dan juga pelumba daripada Jepun. Jadi kalau kita lihat hari ini, Nicholas berjaya berada di kedudukan keempat keseluruhan, peringkat yang kelima. Dan sudah pasti untuk jersey terbaik Asia dimiliki oleh pelumba daripada Astana ini, iaitu Nikolai Vinokurov.
Jadi Vinokurov menamatkan perlombaan tadi di kedudukan tempat yang keempat, di mana satu-satunya pelumba Astana yang berada pada kedudukan 10 terbaik dalam perlombaan peringkat yang kelima. Okey, baik, seterusnya. Ini baru betul. Patrick Eddy. Sampai zip baju dia rosak. Patrick Eddy. Oh, dia masih kekal lagi nampaknya, walaupun dia tidak menawan 2 zon pendakian pada hari ini, tapi dengan 15 mata yang dia ada tu, dia masih lagi kekal. Sain dan Baya pun masih kekal tempat yang kedua, tapi mereka dihampiri oleh ada pelumba lain yang sebelah menghampiri. Namun Patrick Eddy tak tergugat kedudukannya.
Okey, Patrick Eddy dan juga Sain Baya, kedua-dua pelumba ini masing-masing mengumpul 15 mata untuk jersey polkadot tajaan babuk tu, dan sekaligus tidak memberi tekanan kepada beliau untuk menyarung jersey, kerana kita lihat Joris hari ini berjaya sampai ke garisan penamat dahulu, tetapi dia dalam masa sama dia mendapat 10 mata untuk zon pendakian. Ini merupakan kategori 1 di Fraser Hill, dan di situ kita boleh lihat antara 5 mata perbezaan antara Patrick Eddy, Jamba Sambaya dan juga Joris. Jadi di sini saya rasa kemungkinan besar untuk Patrick Eddy memegang jersey polkadot ni. Hanya dia dan juga Sambaya saja yang akan memberi saingan antara satu sama lain untuk baki 3 peringkat lagi yang akan datang.
Betul, dia selamat untuk Patrick Eddy, sebab untuk peringkat ke-6 tak ada zon pendakian, peringkat ke-7 tak ada zon pendakian.
Betul.
Jadi 2 hari itu dia rest lah. Dan dia kekal dengan jersey Bubble O2, dan kemudian dari stage yang ke-8 nanti baru ada 3 zon pendakian, termasuk di Bukit Ampal lah, Bukit Antu. Dulu kita sama-sama kayu Bukit Antu. Okey, baik. Seterusnya untuk jersey Oren KBS selaku Raja Pecut. Nampaknya hari ini dapatlah juga kita tengok Malu Ceri naik stage kan, sebab tidak ada pelumba yang mampu untuk menggugat kedudukan beliau selaku pendahulu untuk kategori selaku Raja Pecut.
Okey, kalau kita lihat Matteo Malucelli sekarang ni mengungguli lebih daripada 23 mata berbanding Alan Bica daripada pasukan Uno X, dan juga kita boleh lihat sini Manuel Panalve berada di kedudukan ketiga. Jadi di sini kalau kita lihat jurang yang agak jauh Akbar antara Matteo dan juga Alan, tapi harus diingat 3 baki peringkat yang akan datang ni seperti yang saya katakan tadi, kemungkinan besar akan berlakunya pemecahan-pemecahan kelompok kecil terjadi dan sukses menuju ke garisan penamat berbanding 4 peringkat sebelum ini Akbar.
Okey, baik, nampaknya sukar digugat, tapi walau bagaimanapun Alan Bica telah berjaya untuk merapatkan kedudukannya bersama dengan Matteo Malucelli untuk merampas jersey oranye daripada pelumba Itali itu. Joris Delbov akan terus kita kenang kerana dia berjaya untuk menamatkan perlumbaannya selaku pendahulu. Dia berjaya memenangi stage yang kelima, sekaligus dia berupaya untuk merampas jersey hijau Petronas daripada Matteo Malucelli. Jadi apa sebenarnya mungkin yang strategi perlu dilakukan? Kalau boleh tak dia nak mempertahankan kedudukan jersey hijau tu untuk pelumba ini, kerana esok flat race, tak ada zon pendakian.
Okey, Joris Delbov, pelumba daripada pasukan Pro Tour Total Energy. Ini merupakan kemenangan kedua oleh beliau. Sebelum ni perlombaan peringkat di Raunda dan kali ini di Langkawi peringkat yang kelima. Jadi apa yang saya lihat di sini Akbar, perbezaan beliau dengan Helen dan juga Adira Mere cuma 3 saat, bukan 6 saat 3 saat saja perbezaan. Jadi di situ seperti agak sukar untuk pasukan daripada Total Energy ini melalui Joris untuk mengekalkan jersey beliau, kerana sudah pasti antaranya pasukan Uno X dan juga pasukan Unibet ini akan memastikan mereka berjaya mencuri sekurang-kurangnya 3 ataupun 4 saat di zon-zon pecutan yang akan ditawarkan di setiap peringkat nanti Akbar. Di situlah akan kita lihat nanti top 3 punya berada di dalam kedudukan keseluruhan ni, mereka akan cuba memberi saingan antara satu sama lain. Sebab kat situ kita boleh baca, kita akan boleh lihat ada satu tim ni akan cuba untuk memenangi peringkat dan satu tim ni akan cuba untuk memenangi jersey keseluruhan. Jadi ini memang menarik lah untuk kita lihat baki 3 peringkat yang terakhir ni Akbar, berbanding edisi-edisi yang sebelum ni. Memang kali ni edisi Petronas LTdL Langkawi ni memang dia punya perebutan jersey hijau tu memang betul-betul sengit.
Betul-betul sengit. Baik, kita tak cerita pun tentang pelumba-pelumba Malaysia kan. Jadi dengan baki 3 peringkat perlumbaan ni, apakah kita dapat nanti melihat Aiman Rosli, Harif Saleh terutamanya, dan juga pelumba-pelumba lain daripada MPC misalnya, juga daripada Skuad Kebangsaan mampu bangkit untuk baki? Sebab kalau kita tengokkan untuk peringkat ke-6, peringkat ke-7 tak ada zon pendakian. Jadi mereka boleh memecut tanpa risau dan bimbang tentang adanya zon pendakian nanti.
Baik, Akbar, harus diingat pelumba yang mewakili pasukan base Australia iaitu St. George, St. Rainbow ketika ini berada di kedudukan ke-8 untuk jersey terbaik Asia. Dia cuma perbezaannya hanyalah 3 minit 53 saat antara beliau dan juga Nikolai Vinokurov. Jadi itu menunjukkan masa yang agak jurang dia agak jauh Akbar, tapi apa yang harus diberikan oleh pelumba muda yang kita lihat ini, St. Rainbow, dia harus membuat sesuatu untuk memastikan dia berada di kedudukan paling kurang top 3 terbaik untuk jersey Asia, dan sudah mungkin itu akan membantu apa orang cakap, membuatkan lagi pelumba tempatan kita lagi
Tapi harapan tinggal 3 stage ni, harapan untuk melihat pelumba Malaysia menang stage tipis?
Tidak juga Akbar, kerana kita ada Haris Saleh, kita ada Acik, kita ada Izzat Helmi, kita ada Aiman Rosli, dan juga pelumba-pelumba kebangsaan kita mungkin mampu memberi saingan dan berada di kedudukan podium nanti.
Okey, kita harapkan baki 3 peringkat perlumbaan ini ada pelumba Malaysia yang at least ni secara realistiknya at least berada di podium, sama ada kedudukan yang pertama, kedua ataupun ketiga. Itulah yang kita harapkan, kerana esok peringkat yang ke-6 123.5 km 3 zon pecutan di Jenjarum, Banting dan Sungai Pelik. Okey, adik Usaini.
Baik, peringkat yang ke-6 esok Shah Alam Production. Perlumbaan esok bermula pada awal pagi lagi Akbar, pada jam 9. Jadi kita lihat di sini ada 3 zon pecutan ditawarkan, dan selepas itu mereka akan menuju ke zon pecutan yang 3 di Sungai Pelik, dan kita boleh lihat ketika ini para pelumba akan menuju ke Port Dickson. Di situlah kita akan lihat sekali lagi Akbar, kemungkinan besar akan berlakunya bang sprint dan kemungkinan besar akan berlakunya pemecahan-pemecahan kecil yang berlaku. Dan ya, kita mahu lihat juga selalunya perlombaan habis bang sprint Akbar, tapi esok kita harap ada perlombaan ini pelumba-pelumba berjaya sukses untuk sampai ke Port Dickson dalam keadaan kelompok yang kecil dan terus memenangi peringkat.
Tapi ada bukit-bukit sikit hujung dah, tak tinggi sangat.
Kalau ikutkan selepas daripada Sungai Pelik tu tidak begitu tinggi, cuma climb dia up and down saja Akbar.
Okey, mungkinkah akan ada perubahan untuk kedudukan pendahulu esok? Kita akan menantikannya penuh debar. Kepada anda semua, di mana nak tengok, nak tonton secara langsung esok lebih awal, kepada anda semua, anda boleh tontonnya bermula jam 8.30 pagi adalah siaran kami akan bermula. Dan kemudiannya perlombaan akan bermula pada jam 9 pagi. Di mana siaran langsung ini anda boleh saksikan di Astro Arena, juga di YouTube dan juga di Facebook Majlis Sukan Negara dan juga di platform LTdL Letup Langkawi. Macam mana anda puas hati dengan perlombaan pada hari ini? Of course, mungkin ada yang rasa puas sangat sebab saya tak nak tengok lah Malu Celi naik kat stage pakai jersey hijau, nak tengok rider lain. Jadi hari ini anda pun dah dapat kemenangan. Tapi kepada yang nak tengok Malu Celi, sudah pasti anda kecewa. Lebih-lebih lagi yang nak tengok Aaron Gate naik ke podium selaku pemegang jersey hijau, pasti kecewa. Terima kasih adik Usaini. Jadi esok awal sikit adik. Okay, cuma satu saya nak pesan, jangan lintas depan kamera.
Okey, minta maaf.
Saya denda awak 100 Swiss franc.
100 Swiss franc.
Okey, baik. Terima kasih kepada anda semua yang bersama dengan kami sejak jam 10.30 pagi tadi untuk menyaksikan secara langsung peringkat yang ke-5 PETRONAS Letup di Langkawi 2025 dari Bandar Temerloh hingga ke puncak Fraser Hill yang dimenangi oleh Joris Delboff, pelumba daripada pasukan Total Energies. Jadi esok akan ada perubahan lagi mungkin. Jangan lupa kepada anda yang nak buat posting di mana-mana platform media sosial, anda jangan lupa letakkan hashtag #BeatTheHit. Kita jumpa lagi esok. Assalamualaikum.
Good morning, everyone. Very well, welcome to Stage 5, the Green Stage of PETRONAS Letup de Langkawi 2025, between Temerloh and Fraser Hill, 123.1 kilometers, starting with a neutral zone of 7.6 K.
41. It is Joris Delbov. He is going for the Queen stage, but he needs to be quick. There's a fast, small group sprinting at the back there. Aaron Gate just in front there. Let's see if he can court. Giannis is there as well, Anders Harder, but it is Joris Delbov.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mercery Rewards.
Hah? Buat apa tu?
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go! Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mr. Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mr. Rewards.
Hah? Buat apa tu? Wah.
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go! Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.